We are live.
Thank you. Well, good morning to everybody, and I'd like to welcome you to the Township of Georgian Bay Council meeting for Monday, June 14th. It's now 9:02, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationship between Indigenous peoples and the territories they traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take actions towards real truth and reconciliation. And I can't help but add that it was great sadness that I think we all learned of the discovery of all the unmarked graves at the Kamloops Residential School. Just another strong reminder of all that the Indigenous folks have gone through for the last few hundred years, and the mistreatment and lack of respect. And our hearts go out to them. I noticed that this morning the federal government is actually announcing that they'll allow Indigenous people to reclaim their names. And you think about that. Not only did they take much of their life away from these folks, or literally their life in many cases, they also took their names. And I think that we have to be very conscious of how poorly we treated our indigenous neighbors. You know, in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be celebrating Canada Day, and I, like many of you, will be flying the Canadian flag. But I think we have to, while we think about all that we can be proud of and what Canada has achieved, we also have to acknowledge the very sorry chapters of our history at the same time. Okay, with that, you may have noticed on your agenda something called meeting management. Actually, originally I titled this Setting the Tone. But what I wanted to discuss very briefly before we get into this meeting is I'm going to call it a change of attitude in the chair of this meeting. As everybody knows, our council went through a couple of midterm review training sessions. And I hope I speak for all councilors, and I said there were things that we learned, things that we thought about. And I'm not going to discuss those in any detail. I mean, a lot of that belonged in closed session. But what I'm going to comment on is that we got a lengthy report from them. I went through it. I reduced it down to a page. And I found from that page, I actually reduced it down to two words, two concepts that spoke to me. I won't say above everything else, but a little more strongly. And the first one was, there was a lot of discussion around planning. And I don't plan on getting into planning right now. That is something that council will discuss, and some of that will be in closed and some of that will be in open. But the second thing that stuck with me from it all was respect. That's my summary word for it, and how we need to show proper respect. And when I'm thinking about respect, I'm thinking about respect not only for each other, but also for staff, also for the process, the rules, the procedures, the respect for our residents, respect for their time, our time, for intentions, for agendas, and respect for our decisions. And the criticism that I took personally from all this, and which I'm hoping to learn from, is that I don't think that I have managed our council meetings as well as I could. And I'm going to strive to do better. And one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm going to try to control our meetings to the point that I want to reduce the going off on tangents, reduce the negativity, make sure we stick to the topic at hand, and make sure that we respect everyone involved in our comments. And so you may find me cutting you off, suggesting that certain remarks were not on topic or not appropriate. And I'm just hoping to have better, more respectful meetings going forward. And that is, I just want to let everybody know that is what I'm going to be striving to do. Perhaps you might want to I might have a little heavier a gavel as we go through these meetings to try to keep things in line. And with that, I'm going to try to keep myself in line as well. And we'll move on to the next item. And that is whether or not anyone has any declarations of pecuniary interest or code of conduct conflicts or anything they think they should declare before we get into this meeting. I'm seeing heads shaking. I'm seeing no hands up. So let's move on to the next item. And that is that we have a delegation. We have a delegation from the Policy Shop. And I believe that hopefully, Ms. Boutiette, you'll let them into our meeting. I see Ms. Harris. I see arrows going in all sorts of different directions. I see what I presume is Mr. Innes and Mr. Turner. And I will turn this meeting over to Ms. Boutiette. I don't know if you want to make any introductions or you just want our Policy Shop visitors to go ahead. Ms. Boutiette.
Your worship, yes, Emily has reached out to me with a couple of propositions. We've been conversing for about a year now. There's been a few times that we tried to move these efforts forward with grant monies, and it was not successful so far. So I proposed to Emily that she come direct to council with a presentation for you.
I am muted, so you can't hear what I was saying. Ms. Harris, I will turn it over to you, and we'll leave you in charge once you've unmuted yourself. Okay, there we go.
There we go. Beautiful. Okay, now share screen. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Is it possible to be made?
Yep, done now.
All right. Okay, take it away, Mike. Excuse me, John.
Thank you, Emily. Good morning, councillors. On behalf of the Policy Shop, we are very pleased to be here this morning. There are three of us, Emily Harris, who is the principal of the company and who you have heard from, myself, and Mike Turner. The three of us together form the team that has been in previous discussions with your staff and have a proposal that we would like to present to you this morning. Next slide, Emily. As I stated before, there are the three of us. The keynote that we want you to get from this slide is the fact that all three of us have municipal experience. We've all worked for municipalities. We know what municipalities face in the day-to-day running of their operations. We understand the challenges associated with the need to come up with revenue sources and to balance the finances that they have. Both Mr. Turner and myself have multiple decades of experiences as chief financial officers and treasurers for municipalities. Ms. Harris herself has spent a lot of time doing analysis, policy work, and in supporting all of the efforts that municipalities undertake to try and advance their needs and their causes with the province and elsewhere. We are a very small specialized shop. What we do is we specialize in finance, policies, and revenue studies. It is the latter that we are here to talk with you about today. And the last point on this slide is who have we done this for previously? And we've given you a list of a number of municipalities that we have done work with, including the Ontario Ministry of Municipal Affairs and the Ministry of Finance. Next slide, Emily, please. As your staff indicated, we've been in discussions for some time with you, and we are aware of the fact that you have previously, as a council, set a goal of being able to do a sustainability study, that you did actually talk about the cost of doing that. We also recognize the fact that in your strategic plan, you have identified a need to try and reduce your taxes as much as possible and minimize the waste in municipal expenditures. The reason that we are here today is to talk to you about what we can do to assist you in that regard. And at this point, I'll turn over the presentation to Emily.
Thanks, John. This slide covers a few of the benefits that other municipalities that have done similar work have found. And the points I'd like to draw your attention to are number 2, which covers charging different sources of revenue, covers different payers. So you end up charging people in proportion to service use rather than assessment value, which doesn't really encourage conservation. And third and fourthly are about getting away from the chaos of the annual budget discussion and the 11th hour push to cut $5 grand from somewhere because you want to meet a certain tax target. And you have a lot more options when you look at balancing tax as well as non-tax revenue. This slide covers the proportions of revenue drawn from 3 major sources, the township's 3 biggest sources: fees on the, let's call it the Western Front, taxation pointing north, and OMPF on the east. And you'll see that notwithstanding the council priority about managing the need for tax increases and managing the rate, as well as the mention of discounts in November 2020, there's still a fairly high reliance on taxation relative to the other major sources. And on this slide, similarly, this chart covers the proportion of revenue from different sources, okay? So this is OMPF, the gold banner here. And above it, Canada gas tax, etc. These are all externally controlled measures. And below it are various own source revenues. And you can see that it's a little, a little sporadic, a little abstract. It reminds me of something I'd find in a museum or something like a piece of art. But the randomness of these little fits and starts of various efforts to diversify from tax don't mirror the consistency of council's strongest held priorities from what I can tell from reviewing a few meetings, which seem to fall around environmental integrity as well as smart growth. And we would expect to see those reflected on the revenue side. Mike?
Thanks, Emily. So what we wanted to do here is quickly go over sort of what our approach is, what the deliverables are, and the differences. And we really wanted to highlight 3 of those that really differentiate us from other firms. So the first thing we'll do is we set up locally. So we are in your community, understanding your community. The item number 4 is we will present a summary to council after we have finished our interviews to make sure that we are on the right track and that we've heard exactly where you want to go with this. And finally, after we've presented our recommendations to council, we will return in 1 year And we will want to make sure that the recommendations are still performing after a year and suggest any adjustments that need to be done. So why work with us? As we've just mentioned, we will be in the township. So we will want to make sure that our methodology will ensure that all of the recommendations are culturally appropriate. We've highlighted some of our municipal experience, and you can see that it is extensive and includes a lot of market knowledge, and there's additional proprietary algorithms and items that we'll get into that are important for your work. And we wanted to highlight that one size doesn't fit all. This is a specific response to a specific need for the township of Georgian Bay. So we've talked a little bit about the revenues and the non-tax revenues and the property tax. What this chart shows you is that Georgian Bay has a significantly higher reliance on property taxes than the Ontario average, and a significantly lower amount of other revenues than the rest of the province. That's why this study is important. What our timeline will be is to recommend non-tax revenue measures supplied pre-2022 budget. So what do we need to get started? We need some counsel to provide direction to staff to be able to be ready to support Georgian Bay in achieving their goals and priorities. And now we'd like to open it up for any questions and be happy to answer them.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Before I turn it over to council, Ms. Boutiette, did you want to add any remarks? And then we'll ask council if they have any questions. And perhaps if we could stop the screen sharing, then we will see everybody's faces. Thank you. Ms. Boutiette.
Through your worship, I don't have any specific questions. I understand what the policy workshop is intending to do. With all the ongoing projects in 2021, I am unsure if we have the resources in staff to be able to support this project. However, I think the outcome of the report before the 2022 budget would be beneficial, so I'm on the fence.
All right, well, will you be at some point making a report to council with a, let me call it a budget proposal in regard to the policy shop? Because we're not going to make a decision right now based on the delegation.
Should council request a report, it could be brought forward next month.
Okay, thank you. Council, who would like to ask? Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and thank you so much for the presentation. Just a couple of questions, I guess. Well, about two or three things. One is that I think I heard at the outset that from Julie that we have so far not been able to get funding for this study. What is the likelihood of that? I'd like to maybe deal with that at the start. And what is the cost?
Ms. Boutiette? Is it?
Sure, through your worship, and Emily can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the cost is around the $25,000 mark to get the study performed, which I believe includes the 1-year follow-up. And so far our funding attempts have not been successful. So I would say the likelihood of funding moving forward for this project are not really good. From what I could see, they often say for, even the COVID funding says for operational pressures, and this is on the revenue side. However, MMH does encourage, that services align with their related fees, but they're not putting necessarily monies into finding alternative revenue sources that I've seen so far anyways.
So just to follow up, final question, I guess this is sort of the heart of the matter. You talk about, Emily, I guess this is for you or any one of you, you're all finance people, it looks like to me. You talk about non-tax revenue. And we have a very high percentage of tax revenue in the township of Georgian Bay. And I would suggest to you there's a reason for that. Relative to most municipalities, especially in central and southern Ontario, we don't have vast farmers' fields being taken over with development. It's just not what we are, and it's not where we're going. I hope we aren't. We don't have the fields. And so where do you get revenue other than taxation? So I'm sort of looking for a very simple 1 or 2 sentences that you can give us that would suggest that there's a possibility to change the ratio that we have. I'd be delighted if we could, but I don't want to do that at the cost of trying to develop parts of Georgian Bay which are not suitable for development. Thank you.
2 sentences. Okay. The method that we use starts with what you want to achieve, rather than looking at revenue as money, as cash, as green. It's as a policy tool. So depending on what you want to achieve, which we would determine through interviews and come back to you about the strongest held priority amongst a majority of members of council, excuse me, that would determine where we focus our efforts to leverage revenue in support of that priority, like through various kinds of pricing. But absolutely, it would be inappropriate for any recommendations to come back to this council about greenfield development. Does that clarify things, Councillor Cooper?
I think partially. I guess what I'm sort of wondering, since our ratio is quite different from the rest of Ontario, and you've obviously been able to help other municipalities achieve some balance from other sources of revenue. How is that achieved in a very simple way, other than what I was talking about? Thank you.
Mike, I think Mike is probably the tersest amongst us. Do you want to give it a shot, Mike?
Thank you, through your worship. I think where Emily was going previously when she was talking about what are your priorities, that helps us to distinguish which revenues that we may want to make recommendations on. It's difficult to highlight which specific recommendations we want to go on, what types of revenues, but the types of revenues are not necessarily development charge related. They are more what other kinds of revenues are used in best practices across Ontario. And a lot of them would be in municipalities that have a lot of similar characteristics that you have. So it's hard to really pinpoint like a specific item or two. It's really more, what fits the best with what council's goals and priorities are.
The underlying thought being that revenue is part of how council achieves its objectives. It's not just how you pay for things, it's part of how you get there. And aligning how you pay with what you spend that money on is a much faster route to where you want to go. For example, pricing the kinds of services accordingly that you want to see conservation objectives met on. That's one clear example, just to anchor it a bit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wienko, you've been very patient, followed by Hazelton, followed by Jarvis.
The question I had, I guess, is to Julie. Is a Policy Shop a unique consulting firm? If we're going to follow our RFP system, I guess we would have to go out to tender on this. Are there other companies that can do this work, or is the Policy Shop unique in this area?
Through your worship, I have never seen another company that does what the policy workshop group does personally. I think if we want to follow the procurement policy, we could issue an RFP and see if there are other companies out there, but I'm not aware of any that do these kinds of, you know, revenue studies as we would be looking to do.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. I wanted to see if I could better understand the nature of things that you're talking about here. One of your slides here has a list of sources. Canada Gas Tax, Ontario Modernization Grants, other unconditional, whatever that is, Canada Grants, grants. And somewhat to the comment you heard from Councillor Cooper, we don't have a lot of levers that I can see to generate new revenue. And we have tax revenue. We have revenue from building permits and planning and committee of adjustment and things like that, all of which, if you were to ask any of the applicants, they would say that those fees are already too high. We may have opportunities to do, a little bit more in the way of revenue generation, perhaps in the environmental area. But I guess my gut feel here is, given the nature of our township, where we have no industrial component really, very little commercial except to service the properties that are up here in our community, and a couple of places, well, a couple of projects that are evolving that could build or could bring in more accommodation. But I guess what I'm missing here is, and what I would really like to hear is, here are the top 5 things that we would expect to focus on that could bring more revenue into your community that isn't tax revenue. And if all of those things are grants, that's fine, but you don't, I would assume that our staff should be skilled enough to chase those things. So if it's not grants, and if it's nothing significant on the building permit, the variance applications, things like that, where could we possibly find significant amounts of money? Because when you look at our tax structure, with taxes and assessments going up so fast, I can't imagine any other source that is really a significant source worthy of chasing.
Through the chair, Julie, can I confirm that 1% of tax is?
I'm afraid we can barely hear you.
Excuse me. Julie, may I confirm what 1% of the tax levy is? Is it?
About 60,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. So we would call that would be probably the measure of materiality. And to your point, Councillor Hazelton, what you've said is a very common response, because this is a different way of looking at revenue. It's not looking at revenue as like, well, we could do this fee or this fine, and we could band our taxes as such, and we could create a government business enterprise that would funnel us dividends through some kind of an incubator in town, or we could, move more into equities on investments, et cetera, et cetera. What we like to do is put the priority, whatever it is you want to achieve in your community, the thing that's felt most strongly around the table, and put it in the middle. And then along with spending, along with information, along with regulation, what role does pricing play? What role does, how can we bring community resources, pricing, as well as untapped sources per financial reporting that can come up with nulls and blanks in certain areas related to these priorities, and then move forward. It's the question is more about what the priority is that you want to move around. Say it's smart growth, and one question would be, I suspect it's probably too controversial, which is why some of these measures haven't been moved on before. But if it were smart growth or well-managed, well-planned, suited development, we'd probably want to look at what price signals were developers getting? Were they getting them early enough in the process to inform their behavior? Because I understand council spends a fair bit of time discussing these matters. It's only fair that the cost of that service be defrayed through the range of individual service beneficiaries. And right now, there's probably a heavy level of tax subsidization that those particular areas are getting. And kind of because the process of the funding of the services related to development, application review, et cetera, is back-end loaded. You get it back in tax rather than managing what comes in on the front end with different kinds of rates and charges, again, that only apportion the cost of actually providing the service, but doing it in a way that it sends the right price signals at the right time.
I have a follow-up on that, Mayor Coetzee.
Yes.
So I understand the things you're talking about. I think what's interesting about our community, and I'm going to talk about two developments that are candidates for driving additional revenues of taxation by expanding the tax base dramatically. And one of them is the Oak Bay development. And the Oak Bay development started off as a project that the original developers wanted and expected to build a very significant project. It turns out that it's creeping along in small chunks because the appetite, the ability to sell is not there in the size that they wanted. Right across the street from them, and actually a little closer to the township office, is another subdivision that has been approved, I don't know, 8 or 10 years ago for 300 and some odd dwellings, and it has never gotten off the ground. And so what I guess is my concern is we can talk about these kind of levers that you can consider, but if you try to front end load development, for example, we already have a problem getting development to kick in and do anything. We have a problem with people choosing to invest in these developments or buy into these developments, and they do it on a much more gradual basis. So your concept of, or your idea of a back-end loading, that may make sense. The ability to front-end load those things would further challenge their ability to even get off the ground. So I guess I'm still very, very questioning about what levers are out there that could drive significant revenues, and a $60,000 revenue increase of 1% of the budget to me is nickel and dimes. So probably not worth spending a lot of time on. If it was $500,000, then I would probably get very excited. But anyways, that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Really quick, what does OMPF stand for?
Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. It's your unconditional grant.
So Ontario Municipal
Partnership Fund.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sort of in the same category as these guys on, so I won't go over the same ground. I'm just curious, the property tax dependence chart that you provided in that in your quick summary there indicated our tax subtotal for Georgian Bay versus the Ontario average. Do we have any comparison with similar municipalities? Because I think that's more of a more fair comparison. based, as Councillor Cooper has noted, on the way we're set up here. Also keeping in mind, and I know you're aware of this, that a lot of our tax revenue ends up in the coffers of the upper tier, the District of Muskoka, and so we don't see it anyway. I'm wondering if you guys can come up with a way of for us getting more money back from the District of Muskoka, and that would really turn my crank more than anything else. Because as the other councillors have mentioned, I'm having a hard time figuring out where the heck we're going to find other revenues. But yeah, just curious to know right off, do you have a comparison with us and other similar municipalities as opposed to the Ontario average?
Not offhand, Councillor Jarvis, but I think the point to make here is that revenue is probably an underutilized policy tool. And what we are proposing is it's a different way of coming at the problem. And you're wondering, like, what are the tools? Where are they? And if you start with the problem or the opportunity, like, what is the thing that council collectively feels the most strongly about? Is it, if it, further to Councillor Hazelton's point, the reason we would come back and do a check-in report is to see whether or not we heard you right when we were interviewing you about your specific priorities and what an improvement would look like in those priorities. And so we wouldn't start researching actual ways of getting at that improvement through charging in different ways until we had that check back with you. So there's that, in our mind, helps eliminate the risk that what we come back with is not helpful. And to your point about, it just slows things further. And to your point, Councillor Jarvis, excuse me, I think the idea is what would you want your your revenue portfolio to look like? If your strategic plan as the township were the revenue profile, what would that be? What proportions from different sources, from tax representing some kind of equity, from fees representing a level of choice and control over cost, individual costs, what percent from the market and investment type incomes and providing services to other municipalities and sales of services, that kind of thing. So the comparison is there for a reference point, but really the choice is yours for how this looks, how the revenue pie looks all together. And it absolutely impacts the built form and the kinds of the dynamic between people in your community, how you charge.
All right. Any other comments from councillors? Well, I'm going to say thank you very much. I think it's always interesting when we look at things from a different angle. You never know what comes out of that, good or bad. But so I appreciate the approach that you're offering. My comment is I believe fairly strongly that our fees for service, for instance, do not cover the cost of providing those services. Whether or not we should increase the fees, is a question that council I think is going to have in front of them in one form or another in the next few days or few months. But that's that's a separate topic. But in the meantime, I'm going to say thank you very much. And I think Ms. Boudiette, if you could provide to council a summary of your perspective on all this, I'm sure council would appreciate that, and perhaps we can look at that next month. Okay, thank you. Okay, council, our next in front of us is the consent agenda. And I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda 2014-2021. And our choices as amended or as circulated. So any amendments, now is your time to put your hand up. I see Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Kutscher. Just are we going to have a discussion about any of these items? Because if not, I would make a recommendation that, for example, item N, I tried to open that report. I couldn't open it. There's nothing comes up. So I'd like to know what that report is, and are we going to discuss it?
Sorry, N as in Nicholas?
Norman,
Okay. So if we don't pull it, we're not discussing it. So we'll pull item N. Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about it. So I think you're saying we're pulling the tracking list, or is that another different item?
No, so right now we're pulling item N,
Okay,
the
B.
CEO report 2021-07.
So B, please.
And you like to pull B. Okay. Anything else that anybody would like to pull? All right, then moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that council adopts the consent agenda 2014-2021 as amended to exclude items B as in Bob and N as in Norman. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Now let's do it in alphabetical order then and discuss item B, which is the council action items tracker. Council Hazelton.
I just wanted to highlight the fact that the action item tracker lists items only from 2021. And in my previous research, I found items in 2019 and 2020 that are still left with no action or no complete action. And so I think that we need to flesh out the full extent of the action items that have been assigned by council to staff and track all of them, not just the 2021 items.
Ms. Way.
It takes significant staff time in order for us to compile and go through every single set of minutes to put them into a tracking sheet. So that's why at this point in time, there's only going back to January of 2021.
Would it be possible, Councilor Hazelton, that you provide Ms. Way with if there are particular items that you want to make sure are included? Prioritize, if you will.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I would be pleased to share my list. I was just taking the approach of sitting back and pausing and seeing what comes up, but I'd be happy to add to the list. Thank you.
Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Cooper. I'm sorry, Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Council Hazelton's statements that going back to the beginning of 2021 is not nearly sufficient. And I'll give you a typical example. And Councillor Hazelton, if you'd like to add this of your list, add this to your list. A project like the Pratt Road culvert replacement that's been going on for 6 years. That's something that there should be tracking of. Know when it was put in the budget, when it was removed from the budget, all the details going back to the beginning. So I agree. Just starting in 2021 wouldn't cover that type of thing.
Councillor Bocheck, is not Pratt Bay on our agenda for today?
Yes, but I'm using it as an example of how tracking the history on it would certainly. I mean, every time that I want to deal with this particular item, I have to go back and do 10 hours of research to see what happened in 2016. But this tracking system is supposed to alleviate that, and we're supposed to be able to have instant access to project movement. That was my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments by the two previous councillors on this, and Councillor Hazelton, thank you very much for coming up with some back research on this. I think it's going to be very helpful to us. I'm just curious to know, Karen, if we can, in the notes section on this thing, when there's nothing appears to be going on, on a number of items. Is there any way we can get some comment as to why we aren't seeing anything happening? It's quite blank on a number of things. Now, some of them are pretty obvious anyway, but others leave one to wonder if the item's just been dropped and not being looked at all. And I know that's not the case, but I'm wondering if we can at least get some quick comment in the notes section on those that are currently showing as not status blank, closed date blank, notes blank. If we could just get some contribution from the responsible staff member that indicates sort of where they're at on it, I'd really appreciate that.
If I may respond through your worship,
Please.
SMT are each responsible for updating their own items on this tracking list. So the clerk's office compiles it, but the status and notes section is responsible to each staff member pursuant to that item. And like I said, it is a very time-consuming process to go back and review each month in the list and up each item every month. So we've noted your request, but I can't control what other people do and don't do and what we do and do not have time to do. So,
Well, you're stuck as
noted.
The good news is we have members of the senior management team and our CEO listening to all this, so we know they've all heard the remark.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments at this time on our tracking list? I think we have to remember this is a new project unfolding as we watch. Councillor Cooper.
Just in the interests of staff time and future, if we input things on this list as it happens, we wouldn't have to go back 2 and 3 and 4 years. So that would be my suggestion as we catch it as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Let's now, I guess what do we have here?
We need to receive it, please.
I beg your pardon?
We need to receive it. We need the resolution read.
Yes, that's, and I just found it.
Perfect.
Moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the council receives the council action items track for informational purposes only. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we go to item N, the CAO report, Municipal Core Service and Operational Review. And I believe that was Councillor Cooper.
I simply wanted to know what was in there. I'm clicking on this CAO report and getting nothing. So I don't know what's going on. And I just thought maybe our CAO could report on this for us, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gunby.
Good morning. So let me just, sorry, my other computer crashed, so I was unavailable for a couple minutes. Let me just find that report. Yes, so that is my report that we received 5 submissions for the RFP for the Municipal Core Service and Operational Review, and that I chose Blackline Consulting. They did our IT master plan, and they have a really good working relationship with the township. So that is what that report is about.
I mean, I found that on pages 79 and 80 of our agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah,
it's a
I'm able
two-page
to
report.
open it right on my phone here, just clicking on it. I think Councillor Cooper has technical issues that he'll have to deal with.
So just thank you for that. I'm not sure that I do. I did see the report before. What I'm doing is not opening up 400 pages. I'm opening up the agenda and clicking on just the report. And that's where I'm running into a problem.
Okay.
So it's a technical problem, perhaps not just for me, given some of the other technical problems I had this over this weekend, finding closed session, for example. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other discussion in regards to that particular report? So I'm going to say moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that council receives a report of the successful municipal core service and operational review contract being awarded to Blackline Consulting for information purposes only. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. On to our next item. Moved by Councillor Wojcik, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council adopts the regular agenda of June 14th, 2021 as circulated. Anybody want to amend it? Councillor Wienko.
Yeah, well, first of all, my internet is quite unstable, so if you lose me today, wouldn't be surprised. I just wanted to add the item. I think I sent a note to Ken a while ago. I want to talk about changing the planning meeting on September the 14th. That's just a 1-minute discussion.
Okay, so that you're going to add in,
Sorry, Your Worship, if I may interrupt.
please.
I don't think we need, I don't know if that needs to be a formal discussion. As the chair, you have the ability to move those meetings around, and we can just make that change as
Okay,
it's done every year.
yeah, that's in September. It's a Tuesday and it interferes with
Usually we
somebody's
just-
golf game.
It says that you can go
Yeah.
golfing, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Okay. Well, how about, can I offer that we'll review everybody's calendars and we'll just confirm that if we can book that possibly for the Wednesday or Thursday following instead of the Tuesday. Okay,
That would be good to me.
all right. Ms. Way, you'll remind me when I forget? Perfect. Okay. Then let's try again. Be it resolved, the council adopts the regular agenda of June 14th, 2021 as circulated. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Douglas, is that a vote in favor? No. Did you want? Yes. Okay. So I'm going to say carried. Okay. Next on our list then is the communications from mayor and council. And last month, we started with Councillor Wojcik, so he'll come up the rear. And so let's start with Councillor Hazelton, please.
Sadly unprepared, but a month of many meetings with municipal residents. And I guess nothing else to report at this moment.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, mostly my communications have been with my constituents, a lot of it to do with the gypsy moth. Of course, the reopening with COVID, a lot of people wanting to know about the marinas, whether they can get in. I've had to deflect some of this information, but hopefully we'll have a bit of a conversation about the gypsy moth later. Also, in regards to large object pickup, which I will try to put something on the agenda for next month, maybe to discuss that further. And Mayor Coetzee and myself did a short video for our township's graduating grade A classes, which was really terrific considering we just haven't been able to attend those, to make sure that our grade 8s know that we are thinking about them and we congratulate them. And that's about it for me.
All right, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Not much to add. I had committee of adjustment. That's going well these days. I'm happy to report. And other than discussions with constituents vis-a-vis gypsy moth, among other things, and that's been about it for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Usual set of meetings, so nothing really new there. An inordinate amount of time appropriately done, I guess, but a lot of time spent with constituents in my community and our community, both in wards 2 and 4, but also in wards 1 and 3. And happy to say that a number of people are contacting me, and I'm referring anything over to those of you other fellow councillors who would be able to help maybe more than I could on certain matters. And that's really all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Yanko, I know we missed you last month, so feel free to give us 2 months worth if you're so inclined.
I'll just do the 1 month. I think Councillor Hazelton and I attended the initiation again of the planning committee on the 31st of May, and hopefully we can pick up the pace on that committee and get a few things done. The other committee I attended was the Muskoka Watershed Council executive meeting. That was on the 9th of June, and that's basically to do with budget and a few initiatives there. The other main issue I got going was 2021 water quality, inland water quality study. We started the bacteria work this month, and that's going well. I've had quite a few questions on some of the roads around our township, water quality, and of course the Gypsy Moths. And that's my report.
Thank you very much. And Councilor Bocheck, you're being rewarded for being first last month.
Thank you. A lot of the same that we do every month down here in Ward 3. I was out meeting with local business people. Stopped in to see the management at the Big Shoot Marina about ongoing issues they've been having for a number of years, and unfortunately wasn't able to meet with the owner when I dropped in for my visit, but he was dealing with other issues pertaining to what he wanted to talk to me about at the time. I did visit the Whites Falls Marina to have a look at the ongoing bird issue and feeding of birds up there, and make some, I guess, formulate some thoughts for myself on where this is headed in the future. Met with Severn Marina, which is a smaller marina, which is situated right beside Christie's Mill, about their intentions in the future about getting operational and expanding. Many phone calls and emails about issues at Oak Bay with the assumption of the roads that we assumed, or that we passed last month to assume. Things about garbage pickup, parking, speed bumps, traffic flows, all that type of thing. Certainly was able to gather a lot of their concerns, which I will address with the appropriate departments. I did attend the KEG meeting and found it very informative. I know there's some issues there between the KEG and where they'd like to see things be. And certainly attending those meetings are helping me to understand what we need to do as a council to make things flow better and properly down there. I did attend the planning meeting. Both of these meetings I simply attended. I did not participate. I was not part of the meetings, but gathered information from it. Ongoing discussions about the Pratt Road culvert and the options that are available to everyone moving forward. Again, meetings with operations about culvert failure on Honey Harbor Road. We have a culvert that has been washed out, and we have a sinkhole in the middle of Honey Harbor Road, which we as a township, I believe, have been patching with cold patch for the last month. The district has put out an RFP to have this culvert repaired, taken out and replaced, whatever. We haven't seen any results of that RFP, and we still have an ongoing issue on Honey Harbor Road. Lots of calls about burning permits and why people are not allowed to burn. It's pretty much self-explanatory, and I turn them towards our fire department. And one last endeavor was working with operations department to try and facilitate a launching facility up at the Severn River to give our folks access to the river. And that looks like it's not going to be going anywhere. There's just not the property or the ability to put in a launch ramp. There's plenty of public and pay for launch ramps at the marinas that can be used. And unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get one of our own, but we'll keep working on that. And that's what I can remember of my month. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm not going to bore you with my list of, it looks like near 20 meetings of the past month. I will say that there were quite a few discussions with various members of various residents. I think as people have returned to their cottages, those who don't come up during the winter, then topics come to them that they haven't discussed for the last few months. So that, everything from solid waste management to the gypsy moths to planning issues, bylaw enforcement, Honey Harbor, et cetera. And as we see more activity, the phone is that much busier. And I will tell you that one thing I did do, I did what I called my hotspots tour. One week I got quite a few copied or directly emailed on quite a few items that people were upset with their neighbors, and I toured those neighborhoods. And I will tell you that once you get the visual confirmation, you either find yourself even more in agreement with the person writing or less so. So it's very interesting when you actually go to the site to see what they're talking about, to what degree you believe it's a significant issue. So it's been very interesting. Anyway, with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO to see if she wants to add any comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. Other than the meetings already mentioned by members of council, the only thing I really have to say is that I'm very sad because it is Victoria's last week and we will say goodbye to her on Friday, which is unfortunate. And so.
Yes, and we'll probably make a couple more references to that tomorrow during our planning meeting.
Definitely,
I
yes.
suspect. Okay, thank you. We're going to now move on to section 10, our staff reports. And the first report that I have listed in front of me is from our fire and emergency services in regards to radio communication upgrade update. Chief Van Dam, over to you.
Good morning, Council. We have a report in front of you for its radio communication upgrade. With this is some work that was carried over from the 2020 budget and was put into the 21 budget. And as one of the things that is with this report is the sole sourcing of Telequip communications for our communications. Communications system for us is vital. It controls our paging, our alerting firefighters, communications on fire scenes, safety of the firefighters while they're in a building. And then it's very difficult for us to, I'm going to say, have different equipment, different brands of equipment for the sake of our radios. If we have a fire, I'll give you an example, a firefighter in the basement of a house and gets into trouble. They can't hit our radio tower, the global television tower. So we had to put repeaters in the pumps to ensure that we do have that communications with our staff as much as possible. I can't say 100% that we have it, but I'm pretty sure we're very, very close to it. We're training with that. So with that, when we do have a breakdown, we need to have it repaired quickly and efficiently. So with that, we've gone to Telequip. We have an agreement with them that they will provide loaner equipment if it's needed. And their technician, they have two technicians that are very, very close to Georgian Bay Township in Severn Township and Oromadani. So the service is usually within an hour. We've already have a tech on scene and working on the problem. So we're fortunate that way. But I do need council's permission to sole source this. In the past, we have just done it. It's been part of the operations, but as we're taking the steps to, I'm going to say, tighten the procurement bylaw and to ensure that we have transparency and that we are requesting that council give us the permission to sole source.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief Van Dam. Council, any questions? Councilor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tony, just for a point of clarity, in the last term of Councilor Douglas and myself were put on a task force with yourself and a company that was hired to do an assessment And one of the things, if I remember correctly, one of the things coming out of that discussion was that our communications, our radio equipment, and that was one of the priority items that need to be replaced. Are we talking about the same thing here, Chief Van Dam?
Through your worship, that is part of it. During the massive fire plan, we did review that and needed to make some upgrades. This is all part of that plan for the process of moving to a digital platform. We are fairly close now to being able to that. If the federal government says to continue your license, you need to move to that digital platform, then we're probably, I'm going to say, 92% completed. We have a few more mobile radios that are located in stations to replace, but as we're moving forward, we're preparing to change to that.
So giving you the ability to sole source, which is what I understand you're here for, there's no budgetary concerns with this item. It's all been pre-approved, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I can't help but note that you're expecting to spend $6,500 out of the 9,000 budget, so it's within the range. Councillor Jarvis.
I appreciate the report. Thank you, Chief Van Dam. On the subject of transparency, and I know you touched on that, and I want to be sure we're covered on this. Is there any note from our CAO with regards to us working in this manner? To me, it makes sense, total sense to be able to do this. I just want to make sure that we're not going to be in conflict with any policies and procedures.
As long as there is council direction to do this, then that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, I've not seen any other hands raised at the moment. I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council received this report from staff as an update on upgrade of the radio communication, and that the fire department continue to use Telequip as the sole source of repairs and equipment purchase for 2021 at a maximum of $9,000. And that the fire department is permitted to sole source from Telequip for 2022 as long as other means of validating costs are obtained. And that communication equipment maintenance services and purchases are offered to the market in mid-2022. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we have 3 reports from our sustainability department. Ms. Schneier.
Good morning, Your Worship.
Let's do brand and communications guidebook, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a long-awaited report. It's an update of our communications plan that we did in 2013. The report speaks to what's inside the plan, but you'll see that what we have really done is updated timelines so that everybody has a similar playing field in terms of when and how you may get a response, being that you're an internal customer or an external customer. And we use that language because we want to support each other and we want to support our constituents and stakeholders as best we can. And so I present to you the brand and communication guide. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, any comments? While you're thinking, oh, I see Councillor Hazelton.
Why don't you finish your comment there while you're thinking?
Sorry?
Why don't you finish your comment about while you were thinking?
Okay, no, I just had a couple observations. One, I noticed that on Ms. Schneier, that on page 92 of our agenda, you have an indigenous reconciliation. And I want to comment that that's an ever moving target. And so, you know, even though you can put a couple sentences in, I'm hoping that every time we use it a little differently, so it's not just wrote and ignored. So I just wanted to make that comment on that. And then you also made reference to, on page 95, about response time. And I think we're going to be discussing that a little bit later in this agenda on an item that brought forward by Council Hazelton, so that we may want to, you may want to make some modification on that if we as council are hopeful of a slightly different schedule. We'll see how that goes.
Absolutely, Your Worship. Yeah, I'll be here listening in the background for that report, and happy to work with you and our CAO to update what needs to be updated.
And my final observation was on page 97. You refer to negative comments, and I think that's actually a very important observation, is that we do our best not to encourage the negativity, because I mean that's just a rabbit hole that people jump into and unfortunately go too far. So I appreciate that that we are trying to limit the amount of negativity that we're part of. Councillor Hazelton, should I turn it back to you?
Sure. So first of all, just as a general comment, I'm delighted to see what has been provided here. I have heard other councillors talking throughout this term as trying to understand who our customers are. It was interesting that this seems to define who the customer is. So I think that's excellent. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this just yet, other than I'd like to understand, where did this come from and how long has it existed?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Hazelton, good morning. I wanted to let you know that this communications plan came in 2013. As an initial document, we hired a third-party consultant fully funded through FedNor to provide a communications strategy for the municipality in the early stages of social media and the progressive use of emails over fax machines and traditional correspondence through Canada Post. So doing that initially was a document that allowed us to have some kind of a guideline of how we would be able to respond. More recently, in the last couple of years, we've noticed that this really needs to be significantly changed. And through conversation with our CAO, we decided to update the communications and branding guidebook that's in front of you for many reasons. Certainly to understand how we can support our internal and our external customer, but also to talk about progressive conversations with respect to Indigenous, with respect to the use of pronouns, with the respect to understanding the significant workload that each department has, and how traditional 24-hour commentary that can respond just doesn't work for every department. So all of our senior team has had plenty of time over the last couple of months to review this, and we're presenting you a fully vetted report from all of our senior team.
So you would state that this is fairly accurate and current as to the kind of the expectations of senior staff?
Yes.
Excellent. How much has this changed from 2013?
We look at our timelines, and those have been updated somewhat to the better. 48 hours was a traditional timeline for response, and we've moved that down to 24. But for planning department, they're looking for 5 to 10 days to be able to respond, which is a huge shift from what was traditionally part of the communications plan. Again, it was branded across the municipality without specific consideration to the workloads of each department. And so that has changed. The Indigenous component has changed. And you're right, Your Worship, that is a fluid document. But what we're trying to do is have it as part of our tagline for our emails. And so at the very least, if we have a statement that we all can agree on, we can adjust from there as we learn more. The use of pronouns is very relevant and certainly something that council has asked us to be aware of with respect to inclusivity. And then the brand, on the back of our business cards, we used to have Between a Rock and Nature's Beauty, and we are requesting of you to update that to Sustainable Balance. We feel that that is a more appropriate tagline that we would like to use to better represent we don't feel like we are caught between a rock and nature's beauty. It's a nebulous of uncertainty and potential conflict. The conflict between the environment and the economy does exist in Muskoka. It's very strong and real. We would like to settle that down and talk about sustainable balance in our decision making with respect to municipal support and services, because it's calmer. It allows more flow with the discussion between the environment and the economy, and we feel it better represents where we're going, especially with respect to our commitment to the Climate Change Action Plan. I think that those are the big changes, Councillor Hazelton, unless there's something that you see that you want to talk about specifically.
Well, you focused on many topics that I didn't focus on, and always, which is fine. The things that I'm focused on are likely going to surface in the other agenda items, so I'll leave it until then. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier and Jennifer, for your report. A lot of material here. Just wanted to ask you a little bit in light of what our mayor talked about, which was discouraging negative comments, etc. And you also have a section here on community feedback, which could be positive or negative. But I wondered, given that we've identified who our customer is, which is our ratepayer, I wonder what sort of tools we're using to gather feedback, unsolicited feedback. In other words, not somebody that's reaching out to complain about this or that or giving maybe negative feedback, but I just wonder what we're doing as a general management tool through this communications to get feedback, to gauge how we're doing, et cetera, on a number of different matters. And would like to understand what sort of proactive approach we're taking from a communications perspective, because I would like to encourage that. I think it's, I think we no matter what type of operation you have, it's important to get feedback from your customer. Thank you.
Through your worship, it's important to note that we are talking about negative comments that make specific comments about gender, sex, creed, race, religion, those types of inappropriate boundaries when we talk about negative comments. But we certainly support critical thought. And so if somebody disagrees with what the municipality is doing and provides feedback on Facebook, and it doesn't have any of these type of slanderous innuendos, we leave it up. And we encourage the conversation with our residents to carry on. And we see some very active comments on Facebook about issues that surprise us, and we see no comments about things that we are certain are going to get feedback. So we haven't figured out the algorithm yet to garner people's feedback. However, innovatively, we did start a website called Engage Georgian Bay, and it's an alternate website to our website, although it does link. It's found on the front page of our website and links you through to a interactive site where people can make comments publicly on any topic on the Engage page. We've had waste management on there. We've had the Honeybee Festival. We've had COVID-19 and COVID-19 related restrictions and helping to understand. And we've had other planning matters on the Engage page as well. In some areas where we thought for sure we would have feedback, we've had little. And again, as I said, sometimes we get a surprising amount on something. Right now, our name game for the the Port of Honey Harbor is on our Engage page. And right now it is the most active story that we have on there. We've received many suggestions. And so just getting that dialogue going for what's important to our residents and getting them involved with some of our communication platforms will help us. And then the second thing we have done is, I'm sure you've heard the fire chief has involved us with Voyant Alert ! It is a communications tool that you register on your phone. None of the data that you provide to Voyant Alert is sent to any secondary providers, so it's confidential. All of the District of Muskoka is on there. We really are encouraging people and have had it on our website and also on our social media and most recently in our newsletter and also in the tax bill, the importance for residents to sign into Voight Alert. If we can get people signed up to that when there is a situation that does require emergency communications, we hopefully will have people signed up to share and spread the news. So we're trying these tools. We've asked for an extra 3 months for the Engage page to be able to present to you with data. We spent a lot of money trying to figure out how to communicate with our residents. And as I mentioned, we don't quite have the algorithm right. So we've reached out to our peers, and equally they provide us feedback on how they're trying to do things. And I think we're all kind of stuck in a situation where we can't figure out quite how to communicate with everybody.
Councilor Cooper, follow up?
Just a quick follow-up, and that is that I think what I was driving at here, though, Jennifer, is from in the future, a suggestion that we should be more proactive, find a way to be more proactive with our community. You're putting out some tools there, but I'm talking about survey and then an analysis of the information that comes in. So I just think it would be very good for us to specifically engage our community with whatever tools we have to get to them, given we don't have all the email addresses, which is also unfortunate and something that needs to be worked on from a communication perspective. But I do think as a management tool would be very helpful for us to understand what our customers have to say. That's really where I was going and would like to encourage that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Douglas.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Jennifer. Jennifer, I think you're doing a wonderful job. It's greatly appreciated. I do believe that we have huge challenges with communicating with our constituents in this area. And I'm thrilled to see the amount of forward momentum with what you are doing. And likewise with, other suggestions of maybe doing surveys. Surveys I think are great. They don't always capture everyone, so we have to be a little careful on how to do an analysis on that. But again, I just wanted to say thank you for the document.
Thank you. I have in front of me moved by Councilor Jarvis, seconded by Councilor Wienko. Be it resolved that Mayor and Council adopt the Brandon Communications Guidebook and use this document as a guide to support decision-making regarding response time, workload management, and consistent messaging. Councilor Hazelton, you don't want me to finish.
One quick comment here. I'm assuming this is a live document. I got that feeling from what was said. I would like us to, as council, revisit the section called email blasts, which is on page 96 of the package, because it states today that staff will not participate in email blasts. And I just think I heard that the challenge of communicating with our communities is significant. And we have been in several meetings recently talking about trying to find a way to capture the email addresses so that we can in fact communicate with our customers, our constituents, our residents. And I think that this statement needs to be reversed and say staff will find every possible way to participate in email blasts to get the message out as we go about flushing out an exhaustive list of email addresses for our community.
Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. We're actually legislated and we are unable to do email blasting. It's inappropriate for a municipality to send information out via email that people aren't asking for. That's why we have switched our website for subscription only. If somebody registers for our website or even our Engage page, we're able to access that email, but we're not allowed to mass produce emails anymore. There was a time when we could do major email lists, but as a municipality at this time, we're not able to do that.
Councilor Bochek.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick comment to Jennifer. Being a fairly lay person when it comes to computer technology, I tried to engage with the Engage page last night. And every time I clicked on it, it just wouldn't allow me to enter the site. I did send a message to your staff that I was having this issue, but I can only imagine if I'm having this issue, other people are having it as well too. So I didn't know if you had any resolve to that, or
Yeah,
just wait.
yeah. No, Councillor Bocek, you just need to register for the site and then you can access anything in the site, but you have to
I
register
did-
yourself in your email.
Right, I did try and register using my Councillor Bocek email, but I thought maybe they were blocking me.
No, there's no memo that's come my way that says we have to block you yet.
Okay, yeah. I don't know if I'll deal with that later, but I could not get onto the page, and because I wanted to put some suggestions in for the naming of the amenities at the park, and it just wouldn't allow me to engage with the site.
Okay, through your worship, Councillor Bocek, I'll have Trish contact you directly and she'll support you through that.
Thank
We're
you.
getting a lot of responses on that, so
Yeah.
you may be the anomaly, but we'll definitely be sure to double check everything to make sure that we're aware of who all is registering.
Please, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to try again. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Rienko. Be it resolved that the mayor and council adopt the brand and communications guidebook and use this document as a guide to support decision-making regarding response time, workload management, and consistent messaging. And that mayor and council direct staff to adjust the tagline of the township to sustainable balance in a fiscally responsible manner. And that the mayor and council name the following personnel as key media spokespersons for the township: Mayor, CEO, Director of Fire and Emergency Services, and Director of Sustainability. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much, but you're not done yet, Ms. Schneider. Now we're going to talk about getting an electric vehicle.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm so excited to present this report to you and council today because we will be the first Muskoka municipality, if this is approved, to purchase an electric vehicle. And the good news is that it's not from the direct tax levy of the municipality. We have applied for funding and we're successful. And so we went out to RFP and come back to you with a request to purchase a 2020 Kia Niro EX, an electric vehicle. This particular vehicle is good for us because it has over 350 kilometers of range, and that is enough for some of our staff to be able to get back and forth to MacTier several times a day without having any anxiety or fear of losing power. The other good news about this particular vehicle is that it does come with a significant amount of warranty for the battery, the components, and the vehicle as a whole. Kia Barrie is not far away for the servicing that would be required from an electric vehicle. That's separate and apart from what our traditional vehicles are. However, it does put us into momentum as a municipality to start considering other electric vehicles for our fleet. We come to you today because this electric vehicle is going to be an exciting ambassador on its own to encourage people to consider electric vehicles to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. And that is the report about the electric vehicle, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jarvis.
A wonderful idea. I'm sorry to see you didn't get an Audi or something like that. But anyway, I am curious, how do you dictate who gets to schedule how that vehicle will be used?
Through Your Worship, it would just be similar to what we have now for our administration fleet. If somebody needs access to a vehicle, then they sign in through the calendar and are able to use it. If there's questions about how to operate an electric vehicle, I know that our fleet manager, Chris, will be very nimble on the understanding of the electric vehicle. I'm nimble on it, and I think Brad is over the moon to be able to use this vehicle. So I think possibly we'll be wrestling with him to try to get access to it.
Does Brad actually fit into it?
I believe so. He drives a Jetta right now.
On a diet. I'm working on it.
Will the diet make you any shorter?
We'll see.
No, I think this is excellent that we're moving in this direction, and I think I applaud you, Ms. Schneider, for getting the government to pay for it as opposed to at the township level. But I think it's a great start.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. But accolades to the senior team. We talked about it at the senior team meeting. It's definitely was a forward suggestion to bring this into our fleet, but we've got a good team that really works
I
towards
applaud
reducing
our
our greenhouse
senior-
gas.
I applaud our senior team. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And getting down to the long-term look at this vehicle, I'm just wondering the reasoning for buying a non-current vehicle. Being that electric vehicle technology changes so rapidly, and we're purchasing a non-current vehicle that will have a residual value in 4 years, not nearly what it would be if we bought a 2021. So was there a reason for buying a new non-current vehicle?
Well, I think the criteria for through you, Your Worship, Councillor Bocek, thank you for the opportunity. The RFP was very clear about the range that we were looking for, and we specifically sent it out to companies to try to encourage them to provide us with a response to the RFP. But this was the only response. So we did look at whether or not we should just say thank you, but not say no thank you and buy something for a 2021. But when you do the analysis of a 2021, surprisingly, this this vehicle is at standard and is at a reduced price because you're buying a year earlier. So the depreciated value is already considered in the price, which is good fiscal management on our part. And there's not much out there that has better that we should be driving, because it would be great if the municipality got a response from Tesla. However, a municipal employee driving around in a Tesla is perception negative. It's not, it would look like we are spending significant amount of dollars, regardless of how we got it, on a vehicle, or even if we were to buy a Ford Mach-E, same type of thing. When you look at these high-end vehicles and you look at the range of this Nero, which is kind of like a hatchback kind of car, you're getting the same performance for range as you would for these vehicles, but it's a little bit more of a humble vehicle, and it's my recommendation we go with this as opposed to getting something flashier and newer. I think the message would be lost if we got ourselves into something really current right now.
So you figure the discounted expenditure up front would assist us in the residual value, because we're paying a lot less than what the vehicle's worth.
Right, we've already lost a year of
2021.
depreciation. Yeah, you're right. We've
Okay,
lost a year
right.
of depreciation, and we have a 10-year warranty on this vehicle. So if we treat it right, our fiscal timeline on this particular vehicle may be longer than we expected.
Great, thank
And
you.
we can look at new options as we go through it.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. I have in front of me, moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Mayor and Council accept the funds in the amount of $65,000 from a grant to purchase a 2020 Kia Niro EX EV, including extended warranties, battery maintenance plans, winter tires, rims, and sensors, and township branding. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, semi-related. Ms. Schneider, your next report is EV charging in MacTier, please.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. When presenting this report to you, because we have been approached by Lakeland Holdings to provide a letter of support to them for the 21st of June. And generally, we would be able to provide a letter of support without council's direction. But we wanted to bring this forward to you because we wanted to let you know that this organization is applying. When they do get, if it's the will of council, a letter of support from us, we have to make it very clear that this is not a commitment that we are going sole source with Lakeland Holdings. As you know, we did an RFP for the electric vehicle charging stations that will soon appear at 99 Lone Pine. And we would want to be able to do that again so that we can get to know other vendors that are interested in participating in EV charging in MacTier. We definitely support the idea of EV charging in MacTier. When you leave exit 156, there is no other charger at this moment until Perry Sound. So MacTier is a good location for the traveling public to stop. It's a great economic driver because they will get out of their car and spend and watch and learn. It's right across from the LCBO. And so we just wanted to share with you that we are asking to send a letter of support to Lakeland Holdings, but give you our word that we are not going to make a commitment to them in any way that they will be sole sourced on this project.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Sorry, just having problems finding my button. Jennifer, thank you for the work on this. Can you just clarify the location again? Is that the station right across from the school or the post office? It's a school, isn't it? The location?
Well, there we would want to put it on municipal land. And so the two places that we have considered, although we may have narrowed it down to just one, is across from the library. But we did talk about having it on the other side of the arena, closest to the road. That was something that we were discussing internally, so I'm not sure whether or not it finally made the report, but I think we're headed towards the library, which would be very close to the downtown area. Actually, not across from the LCBO, but yeah, that's where we're thinking.
Yeah, okay, great. That's great. I think that'd be a great asset for the public and for MacTier as a whole. Thank you for that.
In front of me, I have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to provide a letter of support to Lakeland Holdings for their application to Natural Resource Canada for the Zero Emission Vehicle Infrastructure Program for Level 3 charging stations to be installed in MacTier. And that if a request comes to the township for installation of chargers on municipal land in MacTier, staff be directed to issue an RFP. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, how are you doing? Should we get into operations or do you want to take a quick break before we put Mr. Sokash on the spot?
Quick break, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor.
All right, 10:38. Let's give you 12 minutes. We'll come back at 10:50. Thank you. Okay, all right, 10:50. Oh, 10:51. Mr. Sokash, as soon as we see a few more faces, they're coming. I think we can get this rolling and get your report in regards to the Volix dock installation. I think Mr. Sokash, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. The purpose of this report is to get council's acknowledgement that the staff deviated from the township's procurement policy. And this is with respect to the replacement of the dock on Volix Road, or Volix Landing. So the previous crib dock was in quite poor condition, and it was in need of replacement relatively quickly. So we contacted several vendors, asked them to come down to the site, check out the project, and provide us with quotes. We didn't advertise it publicly, and that is where we have the variance from the policy. At the end of the day, we did award it to Taylor Docks. It was marginally or somewhat above the budget of $20,000, but within 15%, so it could be okayed by the CAO and the Director of Finance, which it was. The project is now completed. Unfortunately, it was about a year delayed because of COVID. It's a nice looking dock. I think we have good value, very good value on this, and there was some donated time or costs by Taylor Docks. So I believe that's a summary of this report.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Brad. And just for information purposes, what is the size of this dock?
Oh, I don't have that offhand, I'm afraid, Councilor Cooper. It's similar, it's almost the exact size of the previous dock, but I don't recall the dimensions.
So I don't even know what Volix, whatever it is, where it is or anything about it. I'm really just trying to get a general idea. In other words, is it 10 feet wide by 100 feet long, 5 feet long, that kind of thing? That's my first question.
Through the mayor, I believe it's 6 or 8 feet wide. And I'm just trying to pull up the drawing to get a really quick estimate of the length. If you'll bear with me. And about 35 feet long.
Thank you for that. And and this is a steel crib dock, is that correct?
Through the mayor, it's steel piles. They actually drove it into the bedrock.
Okay.
We removed the previous crib dock. It is off of White Falls Road. I believe that was your other question. I think that's 6 Mile Lake, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you. And is there some reason that we would want a crib dock versus a floating dock, just out of curiosity?
Through the mayor, we were just looking at cost. A floating dock in that area would be quite difficult because of the water levels. On, say, the south side of the dock, it drops off fairly good. It's 3 to 5 feet deep. On the north side of the dock, it might be a foot deep, and the water levels vary there quite a bit. So in the fall, when the water levels are dropped by several feet, one side of the dock would be resting on the rock and the other side would be trying to float. It would be quite uneven and very hard on the structure of the dock.
So if I may, Mayor, just for future reference, I think it would be very interesting for council at some point if you could give us a little bit of a list and a summary of the docks. I had no idea how many docks we have and how many we're going to be ending up replacing over time, but it would be most interesting for not only me, maybe even for the public to understand what kind of services are and costs we're going to incur around the township as it pertains to docks that are at White Falls Road and wherever else they may be. So just a question for the future. Thank you.
I think a dock inventory for us would be a very useful list, Mr. Sogash.
Through the mayor, that will be coming with the asset management plan that the treasurer is working on.
Perfect.
But if you'd like it in a separate report, I'm fine with doing that, but it will be included in the asset management plan.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko.
Brad, I assume this dock, usually with these Taylor docks that are pylons, they usually don't guarantee them unless they're bubbled in the wintertime. I believe this is in probably shallow enough water. When we drop the water level by 2 or 3 feet in the wintertime, we're okay. We want to bubble this this dock.
Through the mayor, we did discuss that with Taylor, and they were confident that it would be fine because of the conditions of the water being dropped in the fall. So they weren't concerned at all about them pulling out. Or
well, right next to the dock, this is also the on-ramp for all the skidoing. There's a trail. There's a registered trail that goes across 6 Mile, and that's where they get onto the trail. So they could never bubble that because that's the only entrance to the south end of 6 Mile Lake with Snowmobile Club.
Oh, that's good to know. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. This question actually is for Paul. Paul, do you find that people, because the snowmobile trail is there, that they're using the dock as an off-ramp?
Excuse me, what was the question?
Are you finding,
Cynthia?
are you there, Paul? Have we got?
You're breaking up.
If I understood the question correctly, she's wondering if the snowmobilers are using this area as an off-ramp. I think that's what you asked.
The dock itself, you know, snowmobilers have a propensity, and I know this from Go Home Lake, to use the docks as getting on the ice, off the ice, jumping off it. It becomes a bit of a jumping point for maybe mostly the kids. Did you guys find that in the past?
No. This dock is about 2 feet above the water right now. And when they drop the water level 2 or 3 feet, you'll have a jump about 5 feet. So no, I don't think so. Right beside it is a launching ramp. And so they use a launching ramp as the entrance to the south end of the lake.
Okay, yep, thanks for that.
I see no other hands. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Rienko. Be it resolved that council received a report regarding the Volek stock installation for information, and that council acknowledge the deviation from the township's procurement policy. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. Next on our list, Greater Tire quotation results.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is with respect to replacement of the tires for the grader.
Imagine that.
We did issue a formal RFQ for this. We only had one response though, which was from Tire Master in the amount of $12,500. Yeah, about that. It's a couple dollars over the budget. Due to the amount of the purchase, we've been asked to bring it to council for approval. It has been reviewed by the township's fleet manager. It's compliant with the requirements in the request for quotation, and he is satisfied with what's being proposed.
So you tried to follow the rules, but only one person replied, and they're all of $21.63 above our budgeted level.
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Okay. Council. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocek.
This may be a question for our CAO or Director of Finance. In terms of an RFQ, we already had one RFQ where there was only one response on the electric vehicle, and then this. Is it our practice, if we only get one response, to say that's the way it is and not ever go out and say, so who else is going to pitch in here and give us a response? I find it really strange for the electric vehicle. There would be nobody else responding. So I wonder if our Director of Finance can comment on that. Are we forced to take one response, or should we maybe dig in the ground a little bit and try and bring up some more responses?
Yes, but yeah.
So through you, Your Worship, it is a bit odd. We do publicly post these on a site called Bedingo, which is publicly accessed. And they're also posted on our website under our procurement page. So they are publicly available. The proper process per our procurement policy says that if one bid is received, if we don't intend on awarding it, at that point, before it's even opened, we could reject it altogether and say we're going to reissue. However, if it is opened and looked at and analyzed and meets all the criteria, we should be awarding it because they followed the process. They did issue, we did open it, we looked at it, it is compliant, it is within budget, so we should be issuing. However, that's why these things come back to council. If council wishes for us to reissue, we could do that as well.
Follow up, Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, this isn't asking to have a reissue in this particular case, but I'm commenting on the process, which is in the business world, you'd go out and say, you'd phone other people to see if they'd be willing to quote so you can get some competition going here. There's no competition. And I'm just finding the whole process rather strange. And you know, to say it's on our website, that's a pull process versus a push process. And I'm not telling you anything new, but maybe, you know, is there some rule that says that we can't, if we anticipate that we're not going to get participation, is there any way that we can contact others to say, are you going to bid on this or not? Just, that's my question, really. Thank you.
Ms. Boutier, do you want to follow up with that?
Through your worship, I would definitely like to dig into that a bit more. I know at the SMT table, we have differing opinions on whether we could go and pull bids. Definitely, we would have to do it prior to the due date. I don't think you could do it subsequent to the due date, you know, when it's passed and we saw that we only had one and they've been opened at this point. I don't think you could go and lobby for more, but I could definitely do some more research. The procurement policy is scheduled to come before council at the committee of the whole in the fall. So we could have those discussions, and I could definitely do the diligence on that matter and see if there's any legal reasons why we can't be lobbying a few known vendors for quotations or tenders.
All right, thank you. Councilor Bochek, I believe I saw your hand.
Thank you, but Councilor Cooper articulated perhaps better than I would have my feelings on this. Standard practice in business, if you need new tires, you phone around and find out what you can get for tires. So I won't elaborate any more on it, but I think just sole sourcing things like tires, we could be spending taxpayers' money that doesn't need to be spent.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments at this point? I think you've heard, and I think both councils are speaking basically on behalf of all of us that we want to make sure we are getting the best deal. And I know many times that the staff pays a lot of attention to that. Moved by Councilor Bochek, seconded by Councilor Cooper. Be it resolved that the report regarding greater tire quotation results be received for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay. Mr. Sokash, now you're going to mow the lawn. You're muted.
I said many intelligent things when I was muted. I won't be able to repeat them in public here. This is the zero-turn mower tender results. We did issue a public RFP. We received 2 responses, one for 11,400 and changed, one for 21,300 and change. We had a budget of $9,000. The purpose of this project is to replace one of our existing zero-turn mowers. The first one we purchased was a residential grade mower. We purchased that because it was an experiment to see how well it would work, cutting the grass using our own forces as opposed to contracting it out. We have found it to be a good use of staff time and reducing costs. But the residential mower, which is designed to be used once a week for several hours, is getting used almost daily through the summer. And it's about 4 years old now and getting near the end of its life. So we would like to replace it. Unfortunately, the bids that came in are 30% over budget. The low bid is quite a bit over budget. But we would like to proceed with the purchase of it because the residential mower has been down several times over the past year for repairs for this and that. And we do need a better mower for doing our yards, our lawns.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, you had your hand up first.
Is there any hope of recouping anything in the sale of that residential mower, Brad, or is it basically a write-off?
Through the mayor, right now we're proposing to hold on to it till the end of this season, just to ensure that we can keep up with the grass with the mowers we have. I know last year we fell behind whenever we had a breakdown. I don't expect that to happen this year. And if at the end of the summer we haven't used it or we've used it just in a minor amount, I think we would want to sell it. But I wouldn't expect definitely not more than $1,000 from selling it. It was only $3,000 when we purchased it.
Councillor Cooper.
Might I recommend to Brad that when you do decide to sell it, I think Councillor Jarvis has a very large estate, so he'd be happy to have that machine. Thank you.
Right.
Through the mayor, that wouldn't be consistent with the township's procurement policy, which also involves the disposition of equipment. So unless we receive specific council direction, we will be following the policy.
I have to put out a formal RFQ anyway, so.
Yes.
Okay, I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that council directs staff to award the contract for a new zero-turn mower to Huronia Small Engines in the amount of $11,415.50 plus HST, and that additional funds from the township's asset reserve fund be allocated to the project to make up the budget shortfall of $2,450.50 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, next on our list, Pratt Road culverts. Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. Staff received direction to get a quote from an engineer for doubling or replacement of the existing culvert on Pratt's Road. So the doubling of the culvert would be installing another culvert 5 or 6 feet in diameter. Replacement of the culvert would be with a box culvert. We retained Tatham's to provide us a cost estimate, which they did. And it ranged from about $195,000 to $241,000. So those are quite spectacular numbers. Councillor Bochek was good enough to point me towards a similar project that's ongoing in Severn. So I've spoken to the director there. They recently twinned 2 1,500 millimeters, so about 4.5, 5 foot diameter culverts. Their quote from the contractor was $181,000 for doing them. So it's in the same ballpark as us. They'd also recently done a concrete culvert on a walkway. It was about 10 meters in length, so a little bit longer, and about 2.8 meters wide. So maybe, sorry, a little bit shorter, but a little bit wider. And their cost for that was about $350,000. So it appears that the numbers we received from Tatham's are in the right ballpark. As council may recall from previous reports, this is an area that has historically been a wetland. My understanding is some of the residents would like some of the growth that's naturally occurring there to be reduced, and that's what happens with this. That's what is hoped for happening with the increase in the culvert size. It is a provincially significant wetland, so it seems to me that doing this would not be consistent with council's principles of protecting the natural environment. Perhaps I'm misinterpreting something there. But given the cost of the project, given the this has been a historical wetland, given all the work that's been done on the project, I think the current practice of budgeting about $2,500 a year to bring in a vacuum truck in the spring to clean out the culvert to help improve the flows, and not really proceeding any further with the enlarging the size of the culvert or putting in a second culvert. Our recommendation is just to continue with the yearly clean out of the culvert. I believe Councillor Bocheck has a differing opinion. We've discussed this and debate this project quite regularly, and I'm sure he has some opinions that he'd like to express as well.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Bocheck, your hand is up first.
Well, first, Brad, thank you for all your work on this. This has been going on for a long time. We do have a difference in opinion. We received, I believe, almost 20 letters from residents on this bay that have historically been there for 20 plus years. And this provincially significant wetlands, which thrived, had great green growth, cabbage, all kinds of aquatic life, nice weed beds, everything about this bay was great. It was a perfect wetlands, a perfect example of what wetlands should be. And wetlands are basically, their purpose is to filter the water, to clean the water and put the clean water back into the environment. Once this road was installed across this opening, that didn't happen anymore. There was no flushing of this bay. There was no water movement in this bay. And the residents have stood by and watched this bay die. The weeds are no longer green, they're black. The growth has stopped. The aquatic life has left. The fish don't come in there and spawn anymore because there's zero oxygen in the water and everything is dying. And what they've been trying to do was to open back up this flow to what it was naturally and let the wetlands thrive. And it was due to the engineering and the blocking up of the road and inserting a little, I don't even know what it is, a 4-foot culvert there where there used to be a 30-foot opening. This bay has gone dead. Now, in saying all this, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents. And to spend 3% of our tax revenue on a project like this makes no sense at all. Fiscally, this doesn't work. The residents that are there figure there's other opportunities, figure that the expense of this culvert is probably triple right now because, like everything COVID, be it lumber, concrete, anything, everything is tripled in price. They don't want to see this dream die. This is something they've been working on for a long time. I think last year we had quotes of about 50% of what this was. They want to see this wetlands return to its natural state and be a viable wetlands. They do not agree with our operations director's opinion that that this is a provincially significant wetlands and there should be nothing done about it. And they're very adamant about that. So my suggestion to Brad was, I think money well spent would be to have an independent environmental study of this wetlands done with no influence from the residents, with no influence from our operations department, and simply pose the question to an environmental consulting company, if this was opened back up to allow water flow, would these wetlands thrive the way they did before this culvert was installed? So at this point in time, well, I'd like to see this culvert installed. I'm not willing to spend $200,000 of taxpayers' money to do it. It doesn't make any sense.
I think it's important to note that the motion in front of us, the last sentence says that this capital project be deferred, not canceled. So in other
Yeah.
words, it still leaves that as a possibility in the future.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for pointing that out, because that is the basis of my thought process here. That I think before we move ahead and judge the project based on the cost, which I never believe is a good idea, I think we should get the true facts of what doing these modifications to this road will bring to this bay. I mean, we have a lot of people living on this bay and they've watched it turn into a sewer. Basically, you can't even see the surface of the water for the slime that's sitting on top of it. So I guess my comments here are to say that I don't believe spending the money on this culvert is fiscally responsible of anyone on this council or the township. But I think we need to look at spending a few dollars here to get a proper environmental consultant to come in, give us an opinion on this, and then look down the road at a time when things aren't so ridiculously expensive, to look at twinning, box culvert, small bridge with 2 abutments, something. But I don't feel that we should just ignore this problem, because I believe it to be a problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I see Councillor Douglas, Councillor Cooper, and Councillor Rienko. And I'm not sure I got it in quite the right order, but that's the order we'll do for now, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Bocheck on this. I think we should have a study done rather than spend the money at this point. It is very expensive right now to do any kind of construction. But I would also be interested in knowing what they have to say about the possibility of even putting a bridge in. I'm not so sure any culvert's going to really change that. I mean, I think it should be opened back up, if at all, to allow it to become the natural way it was, rather than some sort of culvert that's going to probably get blocked up again. Anyways, comments are that I agree with what Councillor Bocheck is saying. I think that we should look at spending a little bit of money with an environmental company to give us some opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Rienko. I'm losing track here. I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's, I don't blame you. It's hard to keep track here. I just have a couple of questions, I guess, for Brad. Brad, in the spring, we go in, I assume, with some sort of backhoe, or somebody offers a service of coming in with a backhoe to dig out the culvert. Is that correct?
Mayor, it's actually a vacuum truck that we use to go in and suck the material out. We have a small window between when the water rises and the material has thawed that we can go in and do it.
So my next question is, it obviously is getting jammed up again. Is there any merit in vacuuming it 3 times a year?
Through the mayor, the difficulty there is once the water is up and you start vacuuming, you're sucking up a lot of water. So the costs increase quite a bit because you end up with a truck full of water instead of a truck full of sediment. So that's my comment on that. When we clear it out in the spring, there is some flow, and depending on what happens throughout the year, it can get filled in somewhat. And then it seems to be in the, I think over winter and probably in the spring when there's a lot of runoff coming. There's a big hill right there with the road coming down. And I think might be some sand from the road that gets flushed because the one end does collect quite a bit of sand.
So if I could just continue on, I'm just sort of throwing out there that, even if you cleaned it up 3 times a year at $7,500, it'd be 20 years before you got even close to this estimate. And I realize it's a COVID estimate, but nevertheless, it's a lot of money. So is there something that we can identify that might allow for better flow during the course of the year? And if we have to increase our operating costs a bit, that might be a solution. I think the bridge idea is interesting. Maybe a Bailey Bridge. There must be an old Bailey Bridge around somewhere. I don't know. The final thing I was going to, is that possible, Councillor Bocheck? I don't know, but it strikes me there's another solution. But the final, and I'm no engineer, believe me, but the final thing I will say is that one of the probably Ontario's preeminent wetland consultant, not a consultant, actually, expert is Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, who does water testing for us and does a huge amount of wetland work in the township of Georgian Bay and has since the year 2000. So if we want to get a study done, we already have her doing work in our township. So there's another way to skin a cat, I shall say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko.
Yeah, I think there's enough of us to agree that some kind of an environmental study is appropriate this time. I like the idea of Councillor Cooper's suggestion to use Dr. Chow-Fraser on this and maybe take a look. There's other options besides the culvert. Maybe we can use bubblers. I know there's a fountain already installed there. I don't know if it's going to be up this working this year, but even having some bubblers out there to add oxygen to the water might be an option. So it would be worthwhile to have somebody in there who knows about wetlands and give us all the various options and to find out if circulation is the only option. But there could be other options that we could do to bring that wetlands back. So I think it's worthwhile to pass a resolution to use either our existing environmental consultants or go to Dr. Chow-Fraser. What's the process involved in getting a resolution put together today?
Certainly one option I think we would have, and I'm sure either the clerk or the CA would jump in, we could add an extra sentence to the current, an extra and that, and giving direction to staff to come back with quotes on doing an environmental study of this area, of the swamp. I'll call it the swamp history. Because I think it's very interesting to note that most photographs you can see of that area since I think the last 90 years, there's definitely been covered in growth. The question is whether or not that that swamp growth has been negatively affected, as Councilor Bochek has suggested, by the lack of water flow in the last few decades. And I'm sure experts would be able to give us some input on that. Mr. Sokash.
Might I respectfully suggest that the line you add be that since council, let me restart this. The council seems to have quite a level of comfort with Dr. Chow-Fraser. Might I suggest that you add a line directing us to get a quotation from her to do a study on this wetland, as opposed to going through a public process, potentially ending up with somebody else that council isn't as comfortable with?
I don't know if Ms. Boutiette would have an issue with that on our procurement policy.
As long as council agrees to it, she's good with it.
You feel confident speaking for her, do you? We got the nodded head. You get away with it this time, Mr. Sokash. Councilor Bochek.
Yeah, thank you. I believe all of council has a level of trust in Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, and all reports that she's given us in the past, I believe, have been unbiased, truly scientific reports. And I think that's what we need to hear here, is the scientific facts. Council needs to hear it, operations need to hear it, and the residents that live on this bay need to hear it. So I fully support Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser or her group to get involved with the assessment of this wetlands. Absolutely.
Okay. I have a motion in front of me. The first 4 paragraphs have been pre-printed, and I'm going to give you a 5th one to go with it. And this would be moved by Councilor Bochek, seconded by Councilor Rienko. Whereas council has received many inquiries about the Pratt's Road culverts, and whereas the area in question was a natural wetland as shown in air photos dating back to the 1930s, Now therefore, council directs staff to continue with their annual maintenance efforts and that this capital project be deferred until identified as a priority by the asset management plan, and that staff obtain a quote from Dr. Pat Chow Fraser to do an environmental study on the wetlands around the Pratt's Road culvert. Councilor Wienko.
A study is one thing, but I think it's important that she comes up with options to revigorate the wetlands, and increasing the flow is just maybe one option. So I think we need to mention in there the options to improve improve the quality of the wetlands.
Well, then how about a study and recommendations in regard to the wetlands around the Pratt's Road culvert? All those in favor? And that is carried. Madam Clerk, did you get what I said in the last paragraph? All right, you're good. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Sokash, you're not done yet. Talk to us about a dock on Go Home Lake, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. When Councillor Cooper earlier requested the list of docks, I cringed because this was a bit of a surprise to me. I wasn't aware of this one. There are actually two docks in I'll call it an isolated section of Go Home Lake. It's about I believe it was a 30-minute boat ride for the fire department to get out there. One of them is in very poor repair. That's the one that's on Georgian Bay. There's a second one that's on Go Home Lake in a bay. That's in better repair. They're not docks that we have been inspecting as staff as part of our weekly process. And until recently, I wasn't even aware of them, unfortunately. So what I'm proposing here is a couple things to transfer or to remove some of the township's liability. First of all, that we enter into a license of occupation since the docks are on a township road allowance with the Go Home Lake Association. Since it's the property owners on Go Home Lake that are using these docks, as I understand it. And secondly, that a budget, I'm suggesting up to $5,000 be provided just one time for upgrades to the docks for the Go Home Lake Association to use on the docks.
Okay, Councillor Douglas, please. Thank you, Mr. Sokash.
Thank you for that report, Brad. So just a couple of points of clarification here. The docks on the Go Home Lake side, yes, are used mostly by the Go Home Lake residents. However, it is also the ramp at the side of that is used primarily in the wintertime for snowmobilers throughout the entire township that snowmobile, getting on and off and out into Georgian Bay. And the dock on the other side on Georgian Bay, I mean, I don't think $5,000 is even going to touch anything. That dock has, I don't know the last time it was touched, but it's not primarily just Go Home Lakers. That's large vessels coming in off the bay that tie up there and go for a walk and to look at the little falls part there. And so that's not just the Go Home Lake part of it being used. I'm in agreement that it would be better to have the association involved in taking care of these just from a logistics standpoint. I don't know where those talks are at this point, but I think it's a very good idea. I'm not so sure about the one on Georgian Bay. That's a big dock that really needs replacing. $5,000 isn't really going to do too much of anything. Maybe that needs to be looked at and put a floating dock in so it's removed in the winter. That way we can keep the snowmobilers off of it. Which was where my question came from on the last dock situation. Unfortunately, some snowmobilers just seem to think it's a good idea to run over those docks, and the same with the one on the Go Home Lake side. So I do believe that one is a floater, or a good portion of it is. If that we do enter into a conversation with the Go Home Lake Association, I think really you need to talk about how that's going to be dealt with, and I don't think $5,000 is going to do it. So I'm just putting my thoughts out there. I do think it's a good idea, but I think that there's going to be substantially more money needed for the far side, especially. That dock has been there for many, many years, and it's a fairly big dock. So I don't know. I'm in favor of it, but get the negotiations or the talks happening and find out where we go from that. Maybe come back to us.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocheck.
I just some sort of vague history, I guess. My understanding is that these may not be township docks. They may be tied up to or installed on road allowance that's owned by the township. But my understanding, particularly of the one on the Georgian Bay side, it's not being looked after by the community. As I understand it, the Go Home Madawaska Club, Go Home Bay. As far as I know, I can certainly check with them, but I don't believe they consider that to be a township dock, or maybe even their dock. These docks may have been installed by people who are interested in going, I would say probably mostly down into the bay, but I don't know for sure. I think there's some interest in going into the shore, although you could anchor there and paddle in to explore the area. So I guess I'm saying, I don't know that there's any evidence that these are township docks in the first place, but perhaps others could comment on that. Thank you.
Let's see, I got Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Wanko, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if I could ask Councillor Douglas to give us a brief background of what these docks do. I'm a little bit familiar at the west end of Go Home Lake. There's the ability to dock your boat and pull it out and then relaunch it down on the Georgian Bay side, and vice versa. You could come in off of Georgian Bay and trailer your boat over the municipal road and into Go Home Lake. Is this, I don't have a good understanding, Councillor Douglas, and maybe you could help the rest of council to understand exactly what these docks do.
Councillor Douglas, please.
Okay, I can. The docks actually were initially put in for the Rangers Tower, which was there many, many years ago, for the access for the fire department and the Rangers Tower to be used. That has not been in existence for a number of years. The dock on the Georgian Bay side, I don't think there's been maintenance or anything for years and years done on that, because as Mr. Sokash says, he was unaware of it. And of course, we've had changeover in staff that probably it's gotten lost in time. The dock on the Go Home Lake side, primarily that's for people that are coming in that go down, because there's a beautiful little falls that runs down from the lake into Georgian Bay. It's quite busy actually in the summertime. There's also a club that is called the Voyageurs Club, which is on Go Home Lake. There's a very small membership with that. They've had that. I mean, I can tell you it was my mom and dad that actually started that club, like, I don't know, 30, 40 years ago. But they've gone through a number of vehicles that they have parked down there with the trailers, so you can load your boat or Sea-Doo or whatever. It goes down the road and onto the Georgian Bay side and back again. So the dock on the Go Home Lake side is, generally speaking, is primarily, I think, mostly for the Go Home Lake population, and it does get used on the other side for them coming back. Let's say if they're launching, but in one sense yes, in another sense no, because they actually use the ramp. I think the dock itself is now being used mostly by people on foot that go to visit on both sides, whether it be a big launch coming in from Georgian Bay or people from Go Home Lake. So do we need the docks? I think we need the one on the Go Home Lake side. The one on the Georgian Bay side obviously is makes a big difference if you're going to be moving a boat, or if you're someone coming in to walk on the land there. I do believe both of them are used quite often. Anytime I've been down there, there's been a lot of people. So I'm not really quite sure whose responsibility this is going to fall under, but right now, I guess it is up to the township because of the liability part of it. But I do think that there should be some conversations had with, even with the Madawaska Club on the other side. I'm not really sure. The Voyageurs Club probably should have some hand in this, as well as the Go Home Lake Association. But initially, this all had to do with the Rangers Tower, and that's how it started. And I do think that there is access needed by MNRF to keep an eye on that waterfalls, because there's a culvert, if I'm not mistaken, that empties into that to go from Go Home Lake down and into Georgian Bay.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik, are you satisfied, or do you have something you want to add before? I
No,
move?
thank you. That gives me the clarity I was looking for. Thank you.
Councillor Rienko, followed by Councillor Hazelton, please.
Yeah, listen to the conversation. It looks like there's other parties involved in this discussion. So either we're premature on this resolution, or we can add to the resolution saying that staff should be working with the Go Home Lake associations and other associations like the Madawaska Club or the organization, the Voyager organization, to find out the need to do any work on the dock on the Georgian Bay side. I think it's pretty clear on the Go Home Lake side that the dock there is probably used mostly by the Go Home Lake Association, so that's okay. But the one on Georgian Bay, I think there's more than just one group to talk to. So I think either add that to this resolution or just defer the whole resolution until further negotiations and discussions are ongoing, and then we come back with an agreement of all the groups and who's going to do what and who's going to pay for what, and if they need more than 5,000, well, we have to negotiate that ourselves. So I think there's a lot more work to be done on this, especially on the Georgian Bay dock side.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
So this is something that I can add a little bit of history to. Councillor Douglas is correct. The Georgian Bay dock used to be an MNR Fire Ranger Tower dock. It was a very substantial dock, and I'll come back to that in a second. The use of these docks, as Councillor Douglas pointed out, is significantly used by the Voyageurs Club. I used to be president of the Voyageurs Club years ago. And there was a need at the time, this is going back into the late 80s or 90, there was a need to not only rebuild the dock, but also to refurbish the gravel at the top of the chute there to keep it from eroding away. And I got permission at the time from MNRF, or MNR at the time, for us to do a construction project. At the time, Go Home Lake was changing out all of their telephone poles, hydro poles. And so a large number of people on the lake salvaged these old hydro poles, and we went down and rebuilt that Georgian Bayside dock with these big hydro poles and reused all the decking. Turned out to be a very substantial dock, but in fairness, it's way bigger than anything that would be needed by the Voyageurs Club. And so I think as we look at the dock and the dock structures there, it was rebuilt because it was there and it was a lovely thing, and all we really had to do was rebuild the base of it and reuse the decking. But if we're talking about investing, taking responsibility for it, etc., I think you're going to find that probably the Go Home Lake Association and probably the Voyageurs Club are probably not going to be all that interested in taking full responsibility for the Bayside dock. Again, it's way bigger than it needs to be. And from a Voyageurs Club perspective, all you're really looking to do is launch your boat and tie it up for a few seconds so that you can get in it and move away. So again, way bigger than it needs to be. I think that more discussion needs to be had with the key user groups here, and the fact that the Voyageurs Club has not been at the table, so to speak. I suggest that that should be the case. But if the township is going to go out and look at what is being done here, I think that you also need to look at the integrity of the top of the chute, because again, back in the late 80s, or maybe it was 1990, we significantly rebuilt the top of that chute with barges of gravel and tractors and everything else. And if it's been eroded, that's something that needs to be addressed at the same time, or perhaps even before consideration of docks. Hopefully that's helpful in history.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas, I see you put your hand back up.
I did actually. I just wanted to comment, Councillor Hazelton, that's a great historical background. Actually, you know, there's a lot gone on there, and you're absolutely right. The dock on the Georgian Bay side was it's a beautiful big dock that was gorgeous in its time, but it's certainly not something that is needed anymore, in my opinion either. I think 2 floaters would be fine that are removed in the winter, just off to the side so they don't get damaged through snowmobiling. I'm not so sure. I mean, I guess it's going to have to be looked at and discussed, but I don't think there's a problem with the ramp where the Voyageurs pull their boats out or other people pull their boats out. Well, I think it's the Voyageurs Club. But we do have to keep in mind that it's also foot traffic on both sides. So I agree, if there's any docks to go back in, especially on the Georgian Bay side, should be just a floater dock, something that's minor enough for a boat to pull up in order to get the trailer out. We certainly don't need a huge structure that is there right now. I would agree with that for sure. Thank you.
I have the sense that council is suggesting that Mr. Sokash might be stuck with a little more homework on this matter before we bring it to a vote. Council, do you think the best thing would be to defer this matter and let Mr. Sokash have a little more conversation before he brings it back? I'm seeing all sorts of heads nodding. I don't know if Councillor Hazelton wants me to call a vote on it, so I'll say all in favor of deferring this item, please raise their hand. All right, we definitely have a majority. No, we have, everybody would like to defer this item. So Mr. Sokash, I'm afraid this item has not been cleared for you.
Not a problem. I appreciate the clear direction. Thank you.
And you're a little more informed now, which is always useful.
Yes.
And then you wanted to talk about a heavy-duty truck, Mr. Sokash.
Thank you, Your Worship. We issued a request for quotation for a heavy-duty truck that we had a budget amount of, I believe, $70,000. And we only received one response. It was from Blue Mountain Chrysler. They were not interested in providing a trade-in for the existing vehicle. We were advised by other suppliers that they were not bidding on large vehicles for municipalities for 2021 due to a part shortage. And therefore, we're suggesting that this, since the project is over budget, and this truck available, I don't think we would receive until the end of 2021 or early 2022. So we'll be using the existing truck for a good portion of the year anyways. So we're recommending that this be deferred until 2022 when hopefully trucks become more available.
Okay. I have moved by Councillor Bocheck, second by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council directs staff to cancel the RFQ for the heavy-duty truck and that the funds be carried forward to the 2022 budget. Any discussion before I call the vote? Councillor Jarvis.
Just a quick observation. I'm in full agreement with this, but the observation is that I think people like Councillor Bocheck and others will agree with me that given the COVID situation, materials supply, just generally speaking, has become an issue for a lot of different industries. And we may find that in our budgeting process, we're going to have to make some changes to account for increase in prices on a number of items over the next year or so as we come out of the COVID situation that we're in right now, and people start spending more money and buying things that just aren't currently available because of restrictions dictated by the pandemic. This is going to be an interesting time, but it's just an observation on my part.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that is of the motion, not of Mr. Jarvis's or Councillor Jarvis's comments. I think you're off the hook for now, Mr. Sokash. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it talking to you.
Council, we're getting into new business, and I'm going to propose that we go ahead for a while with new business, and then depending upon how far we get, we might break for lunch before going into closed. But it depends on how much discussion we have in new business. We will see. But I'm suggesting we break around 12:30 or thereabouts for lunch, if that's okay with everybody. Okay. New business. Item A, floating vessels dwellings. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. I wanted to bring this matter forward. As noted in my report there's been a flurry of communication recently about this topic. And one of the things that is, I think, interesting is that the idea of people building floating homes, floating cottages, etc. We shouldn't think that this is only, for example, a Georgian Bay-like potential. This is, if you go off and do research, you will find that there are many lakes elsewhere in the world where people have decided that the best way to populate those lakes is with these floating vessels. And you know, certainly with my experience on Go Home Lake for 30 years, knowing that the eastern shore of Go Home Lake is basically pristine crown land, undeveloped and not severed into lots. You know, this could be a candidate for populating that part of the lake. Similarly, where there are other lakes where there are shorelines that are not developed, those are also candidates. And certainly out in the bay, we have these as you know, a concern that has certainly got the creative juices flowing in some people. And so attached here is an example of what a sales flyer might be. This is not my creation, but this is somebody's idea of how would we get people's attention of how great it would be to have a floating cottage and what could it look like, and you know, what could the features be, and how quickly could we get it out there and start using it, and you know, we could have it with legs that project down below the vessel so that it's out of the water and not subject to wave action and all these other things. And we also realize that it's also something that wouldn't pay land taxes and wouldn't pay you know, parking fees. It wouldn't have any marina fees. And it's kind of scary when you think about the costs to our township of things like this, because we already know that we have, for example, in trailer parks, we have trailers that consume waste management services and police services and all kinds of other services, just like, in fact, more so than cottages. And yet their contribution to cover those costs are a fraction of what they really are. And so I think that what we need to do here is understand that this is something that is going on elsewhere in the world, and that our
1 minute.
Pardon?
I'm timing you. You got 1 minute left.
Our community is a target candidate for these kinds of things, and it behooves us to ask our staff to help us understand what the legislation is that allows us as a township to try to manage this new phenomenon, if you will, new to us as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors Wienko, Douglas, and Cooper in line.
Yeah, thanks. We addressed this issue, I believe, in my first term of council. Jessica might have been around at that time, so maybe she can help out. But we had a long discussions on this, I think several years ago, but 10 years ago. And it was at the time that a marina up by Mactier was getting into the business of building these floating homes. And they were going to sell them, and the people were going to anchor them on their property or on Crown property. So I believe at the time we asked our planning department to pass regulations within our official plan that these floating homes aren't allowed in our township. So I don't know if Victoria can help out here if that was done. I know, for example, there was a floating home anchored to Crown land someplace in Georgian Bay. And the province came along and said, you can't do that. They won't allow these
facilities to be anchored to Crown land. So I think this whole thing was addressed years ago, but I don't know if Victoria can check into it or has checked into it, or Jessica remembers what happened 10 years ago.
Ms. Lemieux, good to see you.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Rienko. You are correct. So section 4.6 of the zoning bylaw does prohibit any in-water boathouse, barge, marine vessel, or any other floating structure or building to be used as a dwelling unit for any residential shoreline island, open space, or EP zone, or appursuant to the zone. So i.e. it being attached to any lot that has that zoning. So that essentially covers any property on any shoreline. However, to Councillor Hazelton's point, yes, it's in the zoning bylaw, but I think obviously not many people know that this does exist. So us and enforcement are trying to be more proactive, that when we hear that advertisements and things like that do come up, that we are now going to be communicating with these people directly to inform them that there is actually zoning restrictions here, and that might be a challenge for them if they do end up putting something like that on their lot. But right now it is in the zoning bylaw. I think maybe moving forward, it's more of a, how do we be more proactive and enforce that type of
A point of clarification, Ms. Lemieux, before I go on to Councillors Douglas and Cooper, and that is, if these are, you're referring to item anything that is, let me call it, attached to the land. But if they are on stilts, call it 2 or 3 feet off the land,
yeah,
does our zoning bylaw apply?
unfortunately it can't. So that if council were to pass a resolution, that would be something that we would have to look into with the ministry and DFO to see how on their end we could maybe assist them doing some sort of enforcement, or how that looks. And we could, someone could report back to council for sure, outlining that situation. So if you do ever get complaints, you can advise your residents properly.
Thank you. I was afraid that was going to be your answer. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a good question. I personally, and I think probably a lot of the councillors today probably have very big concerns about this. And I thank Councillor Hazelton for bringing this up. I've seen firsthand what happens when houseboats and these kind of vessels are allowed on water in the Okanagan when I lived there. And it's just unbelievable. It really is. So I would ask that we get a copy of that zoning bylaw, or just take a look at it. We have opportunity to do that, but to look at it to make sure where are the holes, where are the gray areas, because companies that are going to try and do this will be looking for that. And from an environmental standpoint, it's just something that would be horrific for us to have to deal with, whether it's Georgian Bay or any of the small lakes. Never mind the people that own land on these and that are trying to keep control on keeping our environment in the shape it's at. So I think that we should take a very close look and poke holes in the zoning bylaw that we have right now and find out how we can go forward to make this even tighter, to make sure that there is no way we have floating barges, floating homes, houseboats like they had in the Okanagan, because that just inundated the Okanagan. And I can tell you, it is not a good thing for any of us. So I personally hope that our planning department, or we can direct our planning department to rip that zoning, bylaw apart to see where the gray areas are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and for all the clarification from others. I have a similar experience in British Columbia, although it happens up and down the West Coast. It's Seattle, Vancouver, the Fraser River. Now, some of these floating homes are actually hooked up to town water and sewer. So they're permanent homes living on the water, but depends how much they're paying in taxes. So there's a lot of experiences, particularly on the West Coast in Canada and the US. I wanted to say, though, that, there's a few issues here, and it's not just floating cottages and barges. It could be more broadly directed. And I think we with the desire to have access to these wonderful bodies of water, we're going to get pressure, huge pressure. And this is essentially one way of thinking of it is almost like gypsies. And nothing against gypsies, but gypsies move about and they don't pay taxes, and it's really described technically as itinerant. And there are a lot of different sort of examples of this. So it's not just barges, but we have to think about this issue that we ran into recently with mooring buoys. That's another way of intensification and taking small islands and adding 3, 4, or 5 families. I have also seen examples, particularly I've seen them in Honey Harbor, some I think in Cognachine, 1 or 2, where one seasonal residence has been turned into what I would call a yachting outstation, where there may be 3, 4, 5, 6 families using one location and one, by the way, septic system. It's really quite worrisome. So I think we have to be mindful of this and be careful going forward that we cover off not just these floating barges, but some of the other issues that I just pointed out. And I realize it's kind of a dog's breakfast and a lot of work, but we need to hit it head on. And so I'm completely in agreement with Councillor Douglas. There's high risk here, and enforcement is part of it, but I think we have to figure out a way to write our bylaws in such a way that we don't run into some of these other things that I've just sort of highlighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the second round, I'll see whether either Councillor Jarvis or Bocek want to weigh in, and then I will, and then if we do a second round, we can do a second round, though I'm not sure it's going to change the motion too much. Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Bocek.
Actually, I believe Councillor Bocek had his hand up first. If he doesn't mind, Okay, good. I'm just going to state, can we move, in light of all the conversation we've had so far, and I don't want to repeat anything, can we just leave it with our planning department to review the bylaws as it currently stands, and with input from council to see if it needs to be bolstered or just relooked at so that it is more robust in its application, and as our Director of Planning has already indicated, make sure that those people that are advertising for this type of thing in the Bay are made aware that this bylaw exists. I think, which is a great idea, and get that out there into the general, into the general public, so people are aware that we have issues and we have a bylaw to deal with them.
Councillor Jarvis, the current resolution that's proposed reads, be it resolved that council direct staff to investigate and report back to council on the paths available to manage floating vessels, dwellings, such as floating homes, mooring buoys, yacht stages, etc., in our township. So I think the current proposed resolution covers what you're suggesting.
Yeah, I read the background. I didn't read the resolution, so that's great.
Oh, wow. Glad to be of service. Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I remember this as a conversation about, I think it was about 6 or 7 years ago. We had this conversation, and one of the things that came out of this was the strengthening of our municipal bylaws, where we have the power to control. Everybody sitting at this table knows that Georgian Bay has many shallow points far away from shore where you could bring a barge and elevate it out of the water 2 miles from shore. And we have no control over this. So I think we really need to lobby the provincial government, the MNRF. We can go to a certain point in controlling what people do, tie up, chain up spawns to land. We have control over that. But once you're off the land, we have no control. So I think we need to get the MNRF and the province involved and say, look, Southeast Georgian Bay is no place for this. We want some sort of investigation or some sort of look at how this can be avoided, because I think we're going to be put in a position where it's going to be out of our lane and we're not going to be able to do anything about it. So perhaps something provincially maybe needs to, a letter from the Township of Georgian Bay to the MNRF, pass it on to other communities, the Archipelago, Tay, Tiny, everybody and get them to support that resolution going to the province, and maybe we can get some action provincially as well too.
Well, I don't doubt that that will be part of what staff comes back with, is to tell us what is outside our lane, as you put it. And therefore, there's no question in my mind, lobbying of the provincial and federal governments will be necessary. If we're going to do a second round, I'm going to suggest we do it quickly, because I think we're all going in the same direction. I saw Council Hazelton's hand, and then Councilors Douglas and Wienko, followed by Cooper.
I'll make mine very brief. I'm very
Thank you.
aware of zoning bylaw 4.6. What's important to understand as councilors is that ignores and omits commercial properties. So you could have today a marina with floating homes in it, and that's perfectly legal. Our bylaw doesn't prohibit it. In fact, we have one marina that currently has a floating home and has been there for 10 or 15 years. So I think not only do we need this report, but we also need to modify our zoning bylaw 4.6 to exclude any properties from having liveaboard vessels and dwellings attached to it. That seems to be consistent with what I'm hearing from the other councilors, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Douglas.
Yeah, I'll try and keep this brief as well, because we are all going down the same track. Not only do we need to modify, but I think and lobby the provincial and federal government. And I think that is extremely important, because we have had a lot of problems on Go Home Lake, and I will speak strictly here because I'm here, with floating vessels. People are using them as campsites. We have no control where there's discharge. We do not have a discharge for center for septic. And the answer I get back from MNRF on this is we actually have to photograph or videotape them discharging waste. That's just, it's just totally unacceptable. There should be a size restriction or a restriction for boats that there is no depot site for removing waste. If it's not on a lake, then the boat should not be allowed. And the same goes for Georgian Bay. I mean, really, we need to lobby the MNRF and the provincial and federal government to get control on this, because there just is no control, and there's just no way that we can, police it at this point without that kind of support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wienko. I did see your hand up, or was that from last round?
No, I think I took it down, but I basically, again, going back to a history, but I do believe the MNR does have some policies on this. So it's not necessarily lobbying the government. You check with the MNRF to see what policies they have on this, these floating homes. Because I believe that they were involved with our discussions, and I think they have some kind of policy. Let's check with them. But if you're going to start policing yachts parking in back bays, you're going to have a lot of problems. But anyway, just check with the.
Okay, Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to sort of add to where we need to direct our attention, I believe that especially Transport Canada would play a role in this. In fact, we were asked to comment on a mooring buoy recently that was going to be obstructing and causing all sorts of problems, and intensification. That's the main issue. When we have an example where there's a third of an acre island and there's 3, 4, or 5 big yachts tied up that are acting as bedrooms, as potentially dumping gray water, and then also hosting the washroom for several families should be unacceptable. And one of the ways to get at this, I think, is through Transport Canada. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I didn't add any comments the first round, but I'm going to add my comment now. Is I think what we have to do is look at, not as Councilor Cooper just brought up, the yacht situation, because how are you going to define the difference between a yacht, a houseboat, and a floating cottage? I mean, they're all somehow on the water. They're all disconnected to the land. Technically, they're all trying to avoid taxes, fees, and responsibilities in some cases. And I fully accept that many a boat owner is very responsible, but it's the exceptions that are a problem. I think that Transport Canada should absolutely make it 1000% that no boat has any physical way whatsoever of putting either black or gray water in the lake. If cottagers aren't allowed to do it, why should boats? And I don't care how you define the boat. And I think, I mean, that's only one aspect of this whole thing, but I think it's an important aspect that yachts, for instance, should live up to the same standards that cottagers are required to live up to. Anyway, what I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Douglas. Be it resolved that council directs staff to investigate and report back to council on the paths available to manage floating vessels and dwellings, such as floating homes, mooring buoys, yachting outstations, etc., in our township. All those in favor? And I'm going to say that passed unanimously times 2 or 3. Staff, please. And thank you. Okay.
So can Victoria do that before she leaves?
Sorry?
Did Victoria get that done before she leaves?
Well, yeah, maybe, because she'll be part of our planning report tomorrow. I'm sure it's not a problem. Councillor Hazelton, you have another item on the list, response service levels.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. To some degree, this is a replica of the type of material that was shared with us earlier in the Brand and Communication Guidebook. Sadly for me, I had no visibility into the existence of a Brand and Communication Guidebook and the potential service commitments that were being provided in that. And when I look at the, I've frozen in my end here. Can you still hear me? Yeah. Okay. So the commitments that that I'm thinking about here are a bit more granular than what we've got in that Brand and Communication Guidebook. And I'm not sure that we have to get necessarily too granular here, but I can tell you that most residents that talk to me and have concerns about what's going on in the township, one of their first comments to me is, well, I called this person, or I wrote this, or I made a complaint, and I don't know what the response is, or when am I going to hear, or blah, blah, blah. And so I think it's important for us to understand that not only do we have issues coming to us from residents, but we have issues coming to staff from council. And I was delighted to see that their target response levels were 24 hours for councillors and 48 hours for residents. And in fairness, when a councillor asks staff for something, it's often because they've already been hounded by a resident who hasn't had a response in 48 hours. And so the need for a more urgent response time is critical. I also think that it's probably critical that there be some sort of acknowledgement of responses, that when somebody communicates with, when a councillor or a resident communicates with staff, that staff acknowledge that response, or sorry, that request for information or whatever. And if there is a response time of 24 or 48 hours and we are meeting it, then maybe there doesn't need to be an acknowledgement. But certainly if we have something going to planning, and planning is going to take 5 to 10 days, we need to have planning staff communicate with the requester saying, I got your request and I'm going to work on it, but it's going to take me 2 days, 4 days, 8 days, or whatever. So we need to have something more live and active so that we don't have things going into a black hole. And that's really what the intent of this thing was. And I can tell you, not only do I have, as we talked earlier in our action item list, all kinds of things that have not been addressed, but I have lots of other requests that I've made of staff where I've CC'd the CAO, and I've had, radio silence, or, oh, I got your response, but here we are 2 months later and I still haven't gotten back to you. So I think that the need—
You're at the 4-minute mark.
I think that the need for defining and managing these service levels more effectively is critical for the effective operation of our township.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make one response to that, and that is that I've often as well received complaints from constituents, residents, that staff has not got back to them. And when I follow up with staff, sometimes, not always, sometimes it turns out, well, staff did get back to them. They've just forgotten, or they didn't like how they got back to them. So I think it's, in fairness to staff, we have to get both sides of the story before we come to any conclusion in regard to a complaint launched by a resident. Councillor Wienko, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I definitely support this type of requests. Often councillors, as Councillor Hazelton says, residents come to us after they've been frustrated with either the response from staff or the non-response from staff, or they filed a report of concern and have heard nothing back. So there has to be somewhere that we can go, councillors can go someplace to check out what's happening with the request. Quite often, some of these requests go to our bylaw officer, and we never hear back from bylaw as to what the outcome was of their investigation, or they did a site visit. We have no idea what the outcome was. And so we can't report back to a resident. So we look kind of silly because, you know, we're supposed to know everything, right? So I think there has to be some kind of a action tracking system, maybe kept by the CAO or something like that, because hopefully Jessica gets copies of all these issues and so on. But there has to be some source that we can check on it. It may have to be confidential, only to council, I don't know. But it's very frustrating at times where I never hear back of my requests or my constituents don't. And so I think a system has to be put in place.
Thank you. What I have in front of me is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that council directs staff to provide a report to council for the response service levels, response time goals on the following items: communication requests from residents, bylaw related complaints from or on behalf of residents, planning related complaints from or on behalf of residents, building department related complaints from or behalf of residents, communication requests from councilors, directions from councilors, others, which leaves it somewhat wide open, but I'm sure staff will be able to get back to us what they can and can't do. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what Councillor Wienko is saying here, and this is no slight on any department within our township, whether it be building, planning, or anything. We understand that their workload is high, their staffing is low. But here's a typical example. I text or sent an email to our planning department, to Victoria, about the side yard setback for a garden shed that didn't need to be permitted, less than 100 square feet. I got my answer, but it did take about two plus weeks to get my answer. And Victoria was very upfront about it. She said, "Thank you for your email. I'll let you know. I'm going to add it to my list of things to do." And obviously it went into that file. So I think there needs to be an easier way for me as a counselor to go onto our website, punch in side yard setback on a road access waterfront property, and I should be able to get that information and hand it on to my constituent without bothering our planning department. And I get a lot of these little questions. What size does a fence need to be if I'm going to erect a fence? What if I'm going to put a pool in? Do I need a permit if it's above ground, et cetera, et cetera? There's no real resource for a counselor to go onto our website, or that I know of, and easily access this information to give our constituents an answer. We have to rely on our overworked, understaffed departments to get back to us. I don't think that's the right solution. I don't think we need, as counselors, to be relying on staff for simple answers. We should have some way of getting it ourselves.
This is expanding the discussion immensely, because for instance, you made planning examples. The planning code, our zoning bylaw is a massive document. And if we can't find the information, that means our residents have trouble finding the information. But that's a whole separate topic, and I don't think we should go down that road right now.
Okay, I'll give the balance of my time to someone else then.
I'm not seeing any hands, so I'm just gonna, I've read the motion. I'm gonna say all those in favor. And that is carried. Now, what follows are another number of items that I brought up, 4 of them. And really, all I'm looking for is whether or not council is willing to endorse or support these. These are motions put together by other folks that I think are important, that the province understand that there are other municipalities that agree with what's being expressed. And the first one was the township of the Archipelago, where they had a motion with regards to microplastic filters for washing machines. And that they're trying to say that future washing machines should require to have filters in them, which apparently washing machines well into the past did have those filters, and then they were removed. So that's the extent of my discussion on that one. I think it makes perfect sense for us to say that washing machines should be able to filter out microplastics. All right. Ms. Way, I guess I just read here, and I won't be moved by myself, so I'm gonna pick on Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Cooper. And it says, be it resolved that, I apologize, Ms. Way, I had the wrong piece of paper in front of me. Be it resolved, the council support the Township of the Archipelago's Resolution 21-091 regarding Bill 279, Environmental Protection Amendment Act, which is the microplastic filters for washing machines, and that this resolution be circulated to the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, all the municipalities in the Great Lakes watershed, and to the federal and provincial representatives. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And the next one has to do with lottery licenses. And I can tell you, based on my experience over the last so many decades outside of the township and a couple of times inside the township, allowing a small organization to hold a little fundraiser requires bureaucratic nightmare. And I don't think it's fair. And I think and there has to be a limit set, and I don't know if that limit should be $1,000 or $5,000, that they should have a simplified code for small scale items versus large scale items. And we know many people just do it under the radar and hope they don't get caught, which is not an ideal situation. The resolution reads, be it resolved that council support the municipality of Calvin's resolution 2021-136 regarding the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario's to amend regulations, permit fundraisers for small organizations. And this resolution be circulated to the provincial government and all Ontario municipalities. Ms. Way, did you want to add into this?
I don't have to. I could just speak to the process if needed be, but if there's no questions, then that's okay.
Okay. And I'm going to just put down that was moved by councillors Bocek and Wienko. All those in favor? Next, it was a resolution put forward by the municipality of Calvin. Be it resolved that council supports, our resolution would be it resolved that council supports the municipality of Calvin's resolution 2021-109 and the federal government for adopting the national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline, and that would be 988. And I don't know if, I hope that none of you have had too much experience with people who are facing suicide or very serious psychological challenges, but if you do, you know how important this will be. All those in favor? Thank you. I'm going to say moved by, who did I do last? Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. And finally, for me, did I, put the right piece of paper in front of me. This is a supporting, be it resolved, the council supports the Severn Sound Environmental Association's resolution regarding support for the federal and provincial economic investments in priorities to build resilience to the Severn Sound watershed municipalities and coastal communities. And it's basically supporting the organization with a resolution that we support financially, and I think it does very good work in the area. And I'm going to say, I forgot who I missed. Also, I'll say moved by Councillor Douglas and seconded by Councillor Cooper. All those in favor? Cool. Can you imagine if we did resolutions this quickly in all cases? I appreciate everybody doing their homework. Ms. Douglas, you have the last item of new business, and I'm going to propose after this, we'll just break for lunch.
Okay, thank you. There wasn't a report attached to this because, well, I think we all know we have a substantial problem with the gypsy moth this year. It's the second year in a row now. This year looks to me and seems by all correspondence I've seen, it's quite a bit worse than it was last year. I know I've had numerous calls, and I'm sure all councillors has, as to what are we doing as a township? What, how are we going to, get this under control? Are we spraying? This could be a 5-year cycle. It could be a 2-year cycle. We don't know. And I know there has been some good information put out there, certainly on our website, and also is available on the internet for, the federal government as well. And I'm just wondering if we could have a quick discussion as to, do we have plans? Is there some way we can have staff come up with a bit of an update as to what other municipalities might be doing? Is there a collective, some of the questions I'm getting, is there some sort of communication between townships as to if there's a plan going forward? Certainly we can't think about spraying or eradicating in any way until we have that discussion, and certainly you can't be doing it in the year of the gypsy moth hatching. So I think that we should be looking forward as to, can we do something, or do we have an avenue? Can we be spraying? Can we work with other townships? Can we work with the federal government, the provincial government, to try and stem this? Because I'll tell you, we're losing some very beautiful big trees on Go Home Lake, and I know that for sure. We've lost 3 big oak trees in one property alone from the gypsy moths. So I don't think it's something that we should be sitting dormant on. We are getting a lot of requests. I know it's not just me, as to what we're doing as a township. And so I'm just wondering if we could have a bit of a discussion on people's thoughts, on our CAO's thoughts. Maybe there has been some discussion already with other townships.
Ms. Gumby, you appear.
Thank
Speak
you,
to us.
Your Worship. So we have no plans at all at this moment in time to do any sort of spraying. And as Councillor Douglas stated, it's too late now this year to do any sort of spraying. And I did canvass the Muskoka municipalities. They have no plans on doing any spraying either next spring. But if it is a resolution passed by council that we come back to you with a report of what we can do and what our options are, we can definitely follow through with that. And it would be before next spring, obviously, so we would have enough time.
Okay, Councillor Wienko, I see your hand up.
Well, I don't think the townships is in any position to get involved in mass spraying. I know when they have done spraying in the cities and so on for mosquitoes or whatever, it's related to health. This is not a human health issue. And I doubt if we can get involved in that. It would be millions of dollars to fly a whole township for gypsy moths. Years ago, when we had the last outbreak, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, I was heavily involved in 6 Mile Lake and trying to get people signed up. And it's almost impossible to get people signed up. Some people, you get a stretch of 4 or 5 cottages, and then you'll have somebody that doesn't want it and so on. So you can't use fixed planes on a half a dozen lots. You got to have helicopters and so on. And it gets into a mess when certain people don't want the property sprayed and other ones do. And I don't think I want anybody in any township to get involved in that. I think it's really up to, inland it's up to road associations. Out on the bay, it would be up to cottage associations or whatever to arrange widespread spraying. But the cost years ago to do a private property was like $300 a property. and I would hate to think what the cost is right now for individual properties and so on, but give it a couple of years, it'll be gone. It does. There are other options that people can have, and there's all kinds of stuff on Facebook and so on about options. But I think we got to encourage people in the fall and early spring to get rid of these egg masses that are all over their property. And so I do it on my property. It takes me maybe an hour to do all my trees on my property, and I do it every year. And I have very few gypsy moths on my property. So there is ways of doing it, but I would be against, well, I don't think the township will ever get involved in doing widespread spraying, because it's not a health issue, and you'll never get that many people wanting it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Cooper.
I don't want to repeat anything here other than to say I agree with Councilor Wienko. I do believe that one role that the township can play, and it's very significant, is providing education and solutions for individual property owners. And if we can have that sort of every time we run into an outbreak, if we have a lot of different solutions on the first page of our website, people can go and click on it and find out some of the information. That's a really good way for us to provide support to our community without spraying. And I've been through a couple of these cycles too. I think there was another one about 30 or so years ago, and there was spraying done. But it was very selective, and individuals paid for it. And there would be a lot of people who would be very much against it. So I think we're trying to spray our township would be almost impossible. Thank you.
Councilor Hazelton.
I'm very much in agreement with Councillor Douglas that we need to be thinking about what we can do. The problem is not pervasive yet, but there are certain pockets that are being hit really, really badly. So I think that it would be very helpful for us as a township to not just provide information about what the individual can do, but perhaps being a coordinating point for aerial spraying programs, which in large tracts of land, et cetera, are going to be critical. I mean, I was involved in the Honey Harbor area, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago when we had the last bout, and we organized aerial spraying programs, and it was on a consent basis, and you had to basically sign in, pay up, and your property would be done. I think back in those days it was with fixed wing aircraft, but in today's world, apparently they're all helicopters. They're the only ones that get permission to do this. And so with a helicopter, you have a much more granular way of dealing with it. But I think that when I try to assess the requests and the expectations of our residents, they are looking for us as a township to provide some leadership on this, and maybe not, as a township fund the project, but provide more leadership on what the options are. And, wrapping your trees with tape and burlap and all that, going out and dealing with the egg masses, yes, that's something that, people can do, but it's not the only answer. And in fairness, when you have a significant outbreak on a property, that really doesn't deal with the magnitude of the problem. So I'm very much in favor of the township taking a leadership role, not doing it necessarily on behalf of the residents, but taking a much better leadership role in not only helping with the information about what an individual can do, but how to work collectively as groups of neighborhoods. And associations, by the way, in Honey Harbor don't work, because in Ward 4, we don't have one association that covers the entire area. So this really does need to be a broader set of scope and focus. Thank you.
I did hear CAO Gunby saying that they'd be willing to prepare a review of what can or can't be done for us to consider for next year. And I think perhaps that's the direction we can go. to be more informed, and because I'm sure the township has the resources to survey everybody in the area, greater area, and then that can be helpful when we deal with our residents as well. Councillor Douglas, I'm going to let you to speak to this, and then I'm going to suggest we go for a lunch break.
Okay, I appreciate the comments that have come from our councillors, and Councillor Hazelton, I think that's a great idea. Not necessarily should the township be spraying themselves, because the cost is probably astronomical. However, I think it would be helpful if the township played a role in one, coming up with some information for the public so they're aware of what that cost factor would be, and that's why one of the reasons we're not stepping into it. The other thing is maybe taking more of a leadership role in spearheading some coordination for groups of properties or lakes in particular that may want to sign up for a spray program. I think that would be well received by some, maybe not by others, but at least we would have something out there that could help our residents to get a better picture on this. So I'm all in favor for our staff doing some sort of a report coming back to us. Thank you.
CEO Gunby, do you require a direction? Oh, Ms. Way has already offered me one. Be it resolved that council directs staff to review and provide a report regarding control or education options for gypsy moths. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I'll say moved by Councillor Douglas and seconded by Councillor Hazelton. All right, it is 12:32. I'm going to suggest we break for lunch, and after lunch we come back and do the bylaws and the closed session that we have in front of us. Everybody happy with a 28-minute break, or do you want a little bit longer? 28 minutes is good. Let's get back at 1 o'clock, please. And thank you very much.
Peter, if you're speaking, I think you're muted.
I believe you are absolutely correct. I'm just wondering whether our staff have joined us. So we can get, oh, we have a CAO. That's a good sign. Do we have a clerk? We have a clerk. All right, we can roll. So our first order of business at this point is that we need to appoint Sydney Amaro as our acting deputy clerk. I don't know if you want to speak to this, Ms. Gunby, or if you just want us to read the motion.
I can speak to it if you'd like, but you could just read the motion.
I mean, she keeps moving. I'm just hoping that this
I
will
know.
stick for at least a day or two before we have to do another motion.
It's because she's that good.
I understand you're a fan. Well, the motion I have in front of me, and I'm going to say moved by Councillor Bocek and seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2021-023, -032, to appoint Sydney Amaro as the acting deputy clerk for the township of Georgian Bay. And I actually have one question before we vote on this, and that, Ms. Gunby, acting deputy clerk, we still can't have a full-fledged one at this point?
Well, we can, but it was sort of easier training wise to just have an existing staff person be acting. And then after 6 months, we will evaluate the role.
Okay.
And then post internally or externally, all that good stuff.
Fair enough. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Ms. Amaro. And next on our list, be resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2021-033 to appoint the following two councillor positions on the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment for 2021. So clearly we have to discuss who will fill those two positions. Councillor Cooper, we're not going to have a staff. No staff reporting this. We'll go straight to Councillor Cooper then.
I assume you're looking for nominations?
I presume so.
I hope you are. Or is it just going to be sort of the heavy hand of the mayor? I don't think so.
Well, I don't think I have that authority, actually.
No, that's probably true. So anyway, I just like to say that I think the current players have done a good job for us, and I'd like to renominate Councillor Jarvis to the role. And so that's my nomination.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bocek.
I second the nomination for Councillor Jarvis. I've paid attention to the Committee of Adjustment meetings, and I think he's done an exemplary job. As for the other member, I'm not so sure about it.
You're not the only one. Councillor Jarvis. You're muted. I'm glad I'm not the only one who does that.
Yeah, I appreciate the support for starters, but I think that our mayor has done a good job on Committee of Adjustment as well, so I would nominate him.
Thank you.
And if I can second that nomination, I will do that too.
Okay. Nobody else coming forth? We have two names and two blanks, which is basically status quo.
I think the members would have to accept the nomination in order to be appointed.
Oh, Councillor Jarvis? Is that a?
Yeah, that's okay by me.
Okay, I accept as well.
Excellent.
All right, so the motion now, and I'm going to have it moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts the bylaw 2021-033 to appoint the following two councillor positions: Councillor Jarvis and Councillor Coetzee on the Township of Georgian Bay Committee of Adjustment for 2021. All those in favor? and status quo continues. Thank you. All right, and now we go into closed. So I'm going to have moved by Councillor Douglas, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close the meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). A, special council closed minutes of April 29. B, sorry, it should be B. Special council minutes of May 7th, 2021. C, planning council closed minutes of May 11th, 2021. And D, personal matters about identifiable individual, including a municipal or local board employee. And that's in regard to an HR update. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 1:06 p.m. All those in favor? Oh, Councillor Hayes, Councillor Cooper, are you waving? Was I too busy with my head down reading? Sorry.
Two requests. Are we staying in the same Zoom and just going into closed? I just want to understand that, A. And B, I'm having a challenge finding the link, so I'd appreciate it if Sydney could send me the link for the closed session, please.
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, we have, we have a separate Zoom meeting for closed.
So I need an invite because my material is in two places. I'm on two computers and one computer doesn't get the invite. So I would appreciate it if it could be sent to my Cooper Brainware, both things, please. I'm sorry to cause this trouble, but I'd like to be able to attend. Thank you.
Are you suggesting your left hand and your right hand aren't quite talking with each other?
Part of, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I should call the vote though now. All in favor? All right, we're going into closed and Councillor Cooper will be patient until you get your link and can join us. And I think, will we be coming back into open it all Clerk Way, or will we just finish things off, or do we have to, or are you going to insist us coming back into open to close the meeting? You are, okay. Be like that. In the meantime,
through your worship, I'm stopping the live stream. Confirmation from the clerk.
yes, I can see her confirming.
Yes. Okay, pressing the